any, those of us who are followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, we open them with a prayer. And I would like to describe the manner in which we pray so that those of you who are unfamiliar with it will be able to follow us successfully. We pray standing upright, with our heels together, with our feet at an approximate 45-degree angle. We bow our heads and close our eyes, and we outstretch our hands, palm upward, in this manner, with our fingers closed. And we face the east, which is directly behind you, from whence all wisdom, all light, all life comes, and from whence, according to prophecy, in the last days, God himself would come. So let us all please stand. Facing the east, and in the manner described to you, please follow me silently in the Muslim opening prayer. Surely I have turned myself to thee, O Allah, trying to be upright, to him who originated the heavens and the earth, and I am not of the polytheists. Surely my prayer and my sacrifice, my life and my death, are all for Allah, the Lord of the worlds. No associate has he, and this am I commanded. I am of those who submit. O Allah, thou art the King. There is no God but thee. Thou art my Lord, and I am thy servant. I have been greatly unjust to myself, and I do confess my faults. So please grant me protection against all my faults, for none grants protection against faults but thee. And guide me to the best of morals, for none can guide me to the best of morals but thee. And turn away from me the evil and indecent morals, for none can turn away from me the evil and indecent morals but thee. O Allah, please make Muhammad successful. Make the followers of Muhammad successful here in the wilderness of North America, as thou did make Abraham and the followers of Abraham successful. For surely thou art praised and magnified. O Allah, bless Muhammad. Bless the followers of Muhammad here in the wilderness of North America, as thou did bless Abraham and the followers of Abraham. For surely thou art praised and magnified. Amen. You may be seated. In the most holy name of the all-wise, true, and living God, whose personal and proper name is Allah, and in the name of his last and greatest messenger, our leader and teacher, whom we are expecting any moment, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, I would like to greet you, my brothers and my sisters, in a language which we have not heard for over 400 years, the language of which we were robbed when we were brought here in chains as slaves. Our original language, our mother tongue, Arabic, I would like to say to you, Assalamu alaikum. How are all my brothers and sisters? Those of you who have never heard that greeting, I would like to explain that it means merely peace be unto you. And if you followed the career of Jesus in the Bible, you follow the career of any of these civilized people in the East, you will find that they have always said peace be unto you whenever they met their brethren. Is that right or wrong? And since they don't speak English over there, because that's not in England, since Jesus never learned English because there was no England when he was around, then according to history, Jesus spoke two languages, Hebrew and Aramaic. And in Hebrew that greeting is said Shalom Alaikum, and in Aramaic or Arabic it is Assalamu Alaikum. So all we have said is peace be unto you. And that's a beautiful greeting, is it not? Praise is due to Allah. We are anxiously awaiting the arrival of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, a man whose name is on the lips of everyone who has the nerve to mention his name. He is so widely known today that the only reason that anyone doesn't speak his name is because of fear of one kind or another. Now, when you see him, you will wonder, why would anybody fear him? You might expect from what you have heard, those of you who have heard of him and heard a lot about his mighty work, you may expect a great big man to come walking through the door with a great big booming voice and to stand and proudly beat his chest and try to tell us about how great he is. But we'll be surprised. We'll see a little bitty fella And in fact, if we don't look awful hard, we won't even see him coming. Little bitty man. And if we're not very careful, we just might, when we see him, be so surprised that we will look at him with contempt, just as Goliath must have looked at David. But since you know what happened to Goliath when he was contemptuous of David, then we don't want to meet his fate. Is that right or wrong? So let us look at the man just as he is. Let us not form any opinion of the man until he starts to speak. Because he is not trying to help the black man in America by looking a particular way, by wearing elevator shoes to look taller, or by wearing padded shoulders to look wider. He's trying to help us by the Spirit of truth. He's trying to help us with the word of his mouth, which he has been given by God Almighty. So let us not just bother to look at him. Let us sit here and listen to what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has to say. You may ask, especially seeing this little small man, you may ask, what qualifies him to teach us? Why should I listen to what he has to say? Why should I permit him to stand there and say that he's going to teach me something? What one quality has he that nobody else has? This is the one quality that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has that no other leader that we've had in the past has. He is one of us. Do you understand that? He has been a Negro in America just as we have since we have been here. Right. All of the so-called leaders that we have among the Negroes, you will always find them backed by somebody who is not a Negro. That's right. But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad doesn't have any backings of other races. He is our leader, and he is our teacher. And he is a black man who's from Georgia just like we are. Yes, sir. Right. Let's understand. Besides being our teacher, I have said he is our leader. What makes him a leader? Or what does it take to make up a leader? What is the outstanding characteristic of a leader? The outstanding characteristic of a leader is that he leads. A man can't say that he's a leader if he's not leading you somewhere. A man can't say he's a farmer till he farms. Is that right or wrong? So the outstanding characteristic of a leader is that he leads. And if you're being led, then that means you're going somewhere. If you're sitting in the same spot for day in and day out, and you got somebody with you that's supposed to be your leader, he's not a leader, he's just company. Is that right or wrong? Let us see. So when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad comes forth to speak to us today, you will find out for sure whether we have been marching along towards the progress that we thought we were, or whether we've been marking time for the past 400 years. Yes, sir. Praise is due to Allah. What are you going to judge? What have you judged Mr. Muhammad by so far? What other basis can you judge him by? Once you hear him talk, you hear his words, you recognize them for truth. You can't mistake them. Then after he is gone, or after you have gone home and you mulled it over, you come back out on the streets and you meet people. What other shibboleth, what other criterion are you going to use to measure the man Muhammad? The only criterion that you will have once he has left our city is his followers. You can judge a leader by his followers. Is that right? That's right. If you got a leader who says that he's leading people to China and all of his followers wind up in France, then you know that that leader is not what he says he is. Is that right or wrong? Right. But if you have a leader that says that he's going to lead to San Francisco and everybody that follows him winds up in San Francisco, then you know that is a true leader. Is that right or wrong? So if you look at the followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, you will see something that you have never seen in your own kind as long as you've been on this earth. You have never seen black people in America demonstrate the love for a little black man that you see the followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad exhibit. You see us almost fawning at his feet. We are so in love with him that before he can speak a command, if we could possibly anticipate it, we would do anything on the planet Earth. And we're not doing this because we're fanatics. We're not doing this because we're crazy and because we're looking for a false prophet. We are doing this because everything on earth begets its own kind. Right. If you have two sheep together, you can mate them for generations and generations and you'll never come up with a horse. Is that right? If you keep mating sheep, you're going to come up with sheep. And the same way with love. The reason that we love the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is because of this great love that he has for us. He has 250,000 followers here in America. And all our love put together is not as great as his one little bitty love for all of us. Praise is due to Allah. He proves his love for us because he doesn't have any love for anybody else. He has so much love for us, he doesn't have any room in his heart to even consider loving somebody else besides those of his own kind. And many of you criticize him for this, but this is what we have needed for 400 years. We need a leader who loves us. And you can't say that a man loves us and loves the one who hangs us on trees. If somebody loves you, it's no good unless he loves you all the way. Is that right or wrong? If you don't like that, you're in the right place. Right. If it hurts you because we talk about the man you love, you're in the right place.
That's right.
If we got up here and talked to you and you enjoyed everything that you heard with the bad shape that the Negro is in, you have to be in the wrong place. If you go to a doctor because your toe is broken and he presses on one of your toes and it doesn't hurt, he's pressing on the wrong toe. Is that right or wrong?
Right.
If he bandages that toe, puts medicine on that toe, and does everything to that toe, it's not going to help you. You're still going to be living on a broken toe.
That's right.
So the only way that the doctor can help you is to press the point of the fracture. He's got to hit you where you hurt. And this is why the teaching of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad hurts our people when we first hear it. Because he is diagnosing our ailments. He's tapping to see where we hurt so he'll know where he can put the cure. Do you understand?
That's right.
Praise is due to Allah. And the fact that you may not like what he is teaching, that doesn't mean that you can go out and say, well, he's false. He's a false prophet because I don't like it. They call Moses a false prophet. Is that right or wrong?
Right.
When Moses went to the children of Israel, they rejected him. They didn't want to believe what Moses was saying. Why? Not because they had tested the truth of Moses' teaching, but because Moses wasn't teaching like Pharaoh's magicians was teaching. Is that right or wrong?
Right.
He wasn't saying what everybody else was saying. He was coming with something new, something they had never heard before. And it sounded so strange that it took him years and years. He was an old man before he could finally get them to rally behind him and do the work that God had missioned him to do.
That's right. Right.
The other religious leaders of that time were busy teaching the people how good Pharaoh was and how if they just behaved themselves and if they did certain things that they could rise in Pharaoh's government, that they wouldn't have to be down there mashing the straw down in the mud to make the bricks. If they were real good Israelites, then they would be given the job overseeing the mashing of the straw. And that if they were better than that, they might be the ones to light the fire in the kiln and bake the bricks.
Right.
But if they messed up and listened to this man Moses, he would make it hard for all of them. Is that right or wrong?
Right.
Let's understand. They were offering a higher place of slavery. They weren't offering freedom. They were offering them a chance to look good in the eyesight of the one who had them enslaved.
That's right.
And because Moses came to them, preaching to them that they shouldn't try to love him, but they should try to get onto their own kind and get something for themselves, they hated him so bad they tried to murder Moses.
That's right. That's what it is.
What was he preaching to them? What was God's solution that he gave to Moses? You know, the Bible says that God is the same today as he was yesterday, and tomorrow he changes not. Is that right or wrong?
Right.
Then he gave a solution to Moses for an enslaved people. He didn't have Moses to go down there and tell Pharaoh, let's integrate the chariots and all ride together. Is that right or wrong? He didn't go down there and tell the Israelites, well, you mean Pharaoh won't let you eat in his banquet hall? Well, let's just go in his banquet hall and sit down until he serves it. Moses didn't teach that, did he?
No.
God told Moses to go down there and tell Pharaoh, what? Let my people go. Is that right or wrong?
That's right.
You may not like that. You may say, well, this man Muhammad has always claimed that he's teaching unity. And now here you're talking about separation. Well, unity and separation go together. That's not a contradiction. Before Moses could get his people separated from Pharaoh, he had to unite them into one solid body. Is that right or wrong?
That's right.
If you have an egg yolk that you want to separate from the egg white, if you let it burst and mix all up with that white, you'll never get them separated. You got to go get you another egg. Is that right or wrong? But you've got to keep that egg yolk united. Then you can take the yolk and use it for what the yolk's good for, and take the white and use it for what the white's good for, because they're not good for the same thing. Is that right or wrong? And this is what Pharaoh was afraid of. Pharaoh was afraid that Moses would change the people's religion. That was his greatest fear. Why was he worried about their religion? According to the dictionary, a religion is a way of life. Is that right or wrong?
Right.
A way of life. That means how you lead your life. Then that's not just belief, that's action. Is that right or wrong?
Right.
Then we can truthfully say that our actions, our religion is our action based on our belief. Is that right or wrong?
Right.
Praise is due to Allah. Let's pay attention. Let us understand. If you please come on. He is in our midst.
Yes, sir.
And we are wondering how we should feel. Is that right or wrong?
Yes, right.
Many of us who have never seen the Honorable Elijah Muhammad are wondering how we should feel. just the way you're feeling. That's the way you should feel. Let us understand this. Here is a man who has come to us, to whom no other warner has ever come. He's got a job to do. He's got a job that's harder than the job Moses did. He's got to lift us up, take us out of the lowest position that any people have ever been in, and place us in the highest position that any people have ever been in. And it's hard. It's hard. And the thing that makes it hard is that we don't want what we need. We don't recognize our problem as being a problem. Therefore, we're not interested in the solution. Is that right or wrong? If a man's suit is dirty, the only way you can get that man to take his suit off is to make him realize it's dirty. Your knowing it's dirty is not going to make him change his clothes. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad today is in America to try to make us change our clothes. Make us get out of the dirt that we have been wearing. Make us get from under the foot that has been on us and rise and stand like all other men on the earth. Praise is due to Allah. So if while he's speaking, he refers to us as ignorant, he is not belittling us. If he refers to us as deaf, dumb, and blind, he is not attempting to degrade us. He is trying to make us want something by making us recognize that we don't have anything. He's trying to make us have a desire to be better than we are by making us realize that we're not as good as we should be. You can't help but love him for that. You can't get mad at him for teaching this truth. Any of you who are mad at him, it is because you have never heard him teach this truth.
That's right.
If you have a friend in the house that you love so well, and every time he comes in the house, you're missing some money, but whenever he's not there, you can leave money laying around. If your wife comes to you and shows you that fact, she doesn't have to accuse him, but if she points out to you that truth, can you accuse your wife of teaching you hatred? You can only say that your wife is looking out for your welfare. Is that right or wrong?
That's right.
Praise is due to Allah. So we have a man with us today that is showing us the condition that we're in, why we are in it, and the only solution, the only way that we can get out of that condition and get in a better condition. You say, well, I like it like this. I'm only looking for my spiritual food. I don't want anything on this earth. I'm looking for something else. And besides that, whatever y'all talk, you can't take it with you. Well, that's right, and that's just why I don't want to go. Let us understand. We have a man with us today that has for us, for the first time, a religion that we can truly say is functional. You know, a thing is functional when it does what it's supposed to do. When it does the thing it was designed for, and it helps the one who designed it. Is that right or wrong?
Right.
A functional religion is different from an ornamental religion. Or anything that is functional is different from an ornament. An ornament may be more beautiful than the functional thing. An ornament may shine and glitter, but it just doesn't do anything. Is that right or wrong?
Right.
Then what we need today is something that's going to do something. You all have to agree that every black man in America needs something done. Is that right or wrong?
Right.
Well, then we can't use anything that's not going to do anything. We are too poor. We're in too bad shape to be able to afford the luxury of an ornamental religion. Is that right or wrong?
Right.
Praise is due to Allah. We've got to have a religion that's going to do the job that religion is designed for. And it is the job of a religion to see that a man is able to get the best of food, the best of clothing, and the best of shelter. It is the job of a religion to see that a man gets justice anywhere he goes. It is the job of a religion to get the lynch's rope from around the Negro's neck. And if he's not doing that job, then you must get rid of that religion and get another religion. Is that right or wrong?
Right.
Let us see. We're not asking you to give up your religion. We're asking you to weigh all religions. We're asking you to listen to this religion. Listen to your own religion. Listen to every religion that's ever been presented. And then let your own nature tell you which choice to make. We're not trying to take anything away from you. That is not the job of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, not to take anything from us, but to give us that which we deserve and have not had for so long.
That's right.
Praise be to Allah. So if our leader and teacher, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, is sufficiently rested, we would like at this time to bring him forth. We would like not to delay any longer, because none of us in here have anything to say except him.
That's right.
Every one of us is in here to listen.
That's right.
And so at this time, let us all please stand. And in the name of Allah, I would like to present his messenger, the messenger of Allah, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, as I greet you. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
of Allah, the most merciful, to whom all holy praises is due, the Lord of the world, the most merciful, the finder and life giver to we the lost found, mental dead in the wilderness of North America. My beloved brothers and sisters, I'm real happy to see your smiling faces here this afternoon. I feel that I'm greatly honored to have you present here under this roof this afternoon. And I thank the pastor of this church and his members for permitting us to meet here in his church this afternoon. May the God of truth and justice bless him.
Yes, sir.
Because without a shelter, we have no home.
Yes, sir.
A man cannot call the open space his home. He must have a shelter.
Right.
Even the whole universe is shelter.
That's right. That's right.
So we must have a shelter. To even to teach truth in. It is a time that we cannot be successful in teaching real truth out in the public. I have never did so myself, and I don't think I will begin. If you don't have a house for me to teach you in, I'm not coming. You say, well, truth should be spoken any place. No one should not fear to teach the truth. It is not that we fear that we might not be able to teach the truth, but we fear that we won't get too much of a congregation out in the streets.
Yes, sir.
Because the fear is in the people. It is not in the truth bearer, it's in the people. Not only fear is in the people that the speaker, a teacher of truth, want to teach the truth too, but there is fear in the enemy of truth. Therefore we have both theories, and they don't want it to be told out in the streets, in the public. So therefore we would like a shelter, and we thank the pastor for giving us a shelter. Again, I would like to thank the beloved minister, John of number 27, temple number 27, and his followers for welcoming me and my intermediate son and son-in-law and daughter and my labels of number 2, Temple, Chicago, Illinois. We was welcomed in yesterday evening so greatly, so warmly, that I had to call my wife last night and tell her how warmly we were received. I feel at home in the midst of you. Everywhere we go and look in the face of our brother and sister, we feel at home. Regardless of whether they are believers in Islam, Judaism, Hinduism, regardless of what faith they have. So long as they are a member of our nation, we feel at home with them.
Yes, sir. Right. Yes, sir.
So it looks that I came to hold a while with you. I want to board here with you for at least 3 or 4 days. I want to tell you of that which Almighty God has given to me to tell you. I want to give it to you. I want to get it off my chest. I just can't be satisfied carrying it, knowing that it belongs to you as well as myself. I must deliver it. You want to know what it is. Your present tells me you want to know what Muhammad have to say. What message he have to deliver to us that we have not already had delivered. I'm told that your sound system here is off and that you're not hearing what I'm saying too well. However, if you like that I blast away the word to you, I am capable of doing so. But you don't like to yell out in a man's house on your first visit.
Yes, sir.
But when I am home, I don't need a mic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The first thing that I would like to acquaint you with is that greetings that you heard coming from us. As-salamu alaykum. You heard that word. You want to know what it means. That's an Arab word. The Arabians word greetings in their own language. It's an Arab word. Means peace. That's what it actually means. It means peace to you, brother. And I think that that is a very good greetings to you. To say peace to a people who have not been able to enjoy peace for at least, to their knowledge and their history, 400 years.
Yes, sir.
It is the very greetings of God Almighty. As you find in your Bible, even the prophets of old, Jesus himself, it was their greeting. It was the disciples of Jesus' greeting, word, peace, right?
Right.
So why should not we use the word in its original language, or the greetings? We should say it in the original language, which is As-salamu alaykum. Let us again remember that we have not a greetings between us that means peace. We say of what the slave masters has taught us. The slave masters has taught our fathers came down through their children to say good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night, and hello, how you, hi so-and-so, and hey so-and-so. That is not, say, a good and intelligent greeting. It sometimes proves untrue. Even good morning sometimes is not a good morning. It's sometimes too hot for us, too cold for us, or sometimes the weather is too bad for us. In fact, about it, we have to be careful to remember when we have actually enjoyed a good morning. But yet the greetings of the Christian world is good morning. There is Christians who also uses As-Salam Alaikum, but they are using the word as a password or greetings in a secret society known as the Muslim Shriners. Muslim Shriners uses the same greetings because they represent themselves as being Muslims as we are. And they study the Holy Quran, and they profess to believe in the religion that we call Islam, the religion of peace. But they commercialize on that religion. I'm sorry, Brother Shriner, but my subject is true.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We must remember that we should teach our children in such way that they too may be able to teach their children the truth.
Right.
And truth banish everything that hinders the unity and peace of the brotherhood. As the sun rose this morning, it vanished all the confusion that we had last night in the dark, trying to find our way around. Right? My beloved brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum, every one of you should greet each other with that same greeting. Assalamu alaikum. And I will say to you, wa alaikum salam, meaning the same thing, peace to you, brother. It also have a greater significance to it. Saying Assalamu alaikum also signify freedom, justice, equality to you, brother. You are my equal. You are justified as being my equal. You are justified as being my brother. You and I are equal. You and I are free. I am free and you are free. I extend to you freedom. I extend to you justice because you are free and justified to be my equal. My beloved brothers and sisters, it means a whole lot. We have so much that we would like to get over to you that you would not have patience to sit here and listen to it all. Because by this time tomorrow, if I would continue to have the energy to deliver it to you, I could be standing right here tomorrow this time with something new coming to you.
Yes, sir.
That Almighty God has revealed to me, or rather has taught me.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me try and sum up to you some of the good things that I would like to teach you of for the next 3 days, including today. My subject, I said, it is true. I would say that is the subject that I take all the time, truth.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There is never a time that I will not say that my subject did not mean truth. Regardless to what I talk on, it is still truth. The subject is truth. We are living today in such time that if the truth is not told to you, you are bound for total destruction, death, while that you are walking on your feet. You are already dead in one way, but a second death put you completely out of the way.
Yes, sir.
Number one, you have not the knowledge that actually today is the day of the resurrection of the dead. You have not the knowledge today that you should have, that it is the day that God Almighty Himself is present. You have not the knowledge today to know that this is the end of the world that you has been known, and that a new world is now merging in.
Yes, sir.
You are not taught as you should be taught. Why? It is due to the fact that you live in the house of your enemy. I want you to have a little patience with me for a while, because I just cannot get it over too fast with you, lest you might forget.
Yes, sir.
And I don't want you to forget anything that I say. And I don't think that you will forget it. If you sit here and listen to what I have to say, you will remember it another year this day.
Yes, sir. That's right.
The same as you listen and receive it today, you won't forget it.
That's right.
It will always show itself to you, because it is the truth. You today must believe and know that the two worlds, the black man's world and the white man's world, is at an enemy between the two. The two is enemies to each other, and that they want to have a showdown. They want to settle off with each other, and they are prepared to do so.
Right.
This you are not told the truth of, and I want to tell you that truth within the next 72 hours.
Yes, sir.
I want you to know just what the nations are doing. I want you to know what God is doing. I want you to know what you should be doing.
Yes, sir.
We are so backward in the truth that we are ashamed of ourselves when truth is actually presented to us as it should be.
Right.
Some of us regret the years that we have already lived out of the knowledge of truth. My beloved brothers and sisters, remember from whence you came. You must remember that you were not always in the Western Hemisphere.
Yes, sir.
You must remember that you did not, in your father's came on your own free will and accord.
Right.
You were brought here.
Right.
You was forced here. You was made to come. You was made to stay. Right?
Right.
Right. Your fathers did not like to stay, but they was made to stay.
Right.
Your fathers wanted to return, but they could not return.
Right.
They had no way to return. If they had been given the freedom to return after they were brought here, you and I would not have been here today.
That's right. Yes, sir.
What I want to get over to you is this. Due to the lack of the knowledge of truth, you feel satisfied today to be here and satisfied to remain here.
Right.
While your fathers were not satisfied in coming here, nor even to stay here.
That's right.
What has made you to be well satisfied to be here and to remain here? It is this, the destruction of the knowledge of yourself and your God, your religion and your kind by the slave masters has now made you satisfied in what the slave master said is his.
That's right.
While you have nothing whatsoever that you can be secure in of your own. Neither have you anything that you can actually call your own. There is not one man that can stand up out there this afternoon, prove himself to us, to me, that you have everything of your own. Not even to your own blood.
Yes, sir. That's right. Right.
Now, since you don't have your own, would you accept your own? If it was offered to you, how many of you would be truthful with me and say, by holding up your head, that if you really know your own, that you would accept? Let me see the hands of those who would accept. See? Very few ones there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very few. Not even a third of you would like to have your own. What am I preaching then for? I have your own. I will sit with your own to deliver to you your own that the slave master robbed you of. Now I'm like a man running down the street has found someone's purse that is filled with money, and I want to deliver it to the one who has lost the purse, the rightful owner of the purse. And now when I get to the rightful owner of the purse, they say they don't want it. This reminds me of the Lord's address to Ezekiel. He says to Ezekiel, Son of man, warn them from me, whether they hear or whether they forbear. You warn them from me. They will not hear you, because they would not hear me.
Right.
Have you ever studied that? Just remember that if the people had already rejected the voice of God himself, now he sends a prophet to them. When they reject that prophet, who represents God, then the God tells him, I knew that they would not accept you, because they rejected me.
Yes, sir.
This is not so lovely, because it only refers to you. And you have proven here to me that you are really the people that the book is referring to. Regardless to what you read in the Bible, I'm holding up the wrong book. Regardless to what you read in the Bible, it is something to teach you of your own history. Regardless to whether they say Jew or Greek or Gentile, there is something in it that must be gotten over to you. In fact about it, if carefully studying and understanding the Bible, it is all referring to you and I, and not really to Israel, nor the Greeks, nor the Jews. It is you.
That's right.
One thing I would like to say to you, even Israel going out of Egypt and God protecting his people and destroying Egypt, or the Egyptian cannot really refer to Israel nor to Egypt. To say that such thing happened in the land of Egypt 4,000 years ago, you might find yourself, if examined by scholars, to be wrong.
Right.
In writing the history of a future people who shall be a conquering people, who shall overcome the present rulers and rule the world themselves, the writer or the author of that should be very careful in order to preserve the life of the future conquerors. I hope you understand. Therefore the Bible is word up. Your history is there, but it's in such way that you don't and cannot understand.
That's right.
Unless God teach it to you, or teach one of you the understanding of the book, so that he may teach you the understanding of it.
That's right.
That is what is now taking place in your midst, and you are not able to see and understand it. There could never be a resurrection or a judgment of the world. Let me repeat and get it correct. There could never be a resurrection of the dead and a judgment of the wicked and the righteous, unless you first or the world understand the truth of themselves. You cannot go and justify yourselves in convicting a man who has been accused, or anyone that has been accused of a crime, or breaking the law of the land, without Christ really teaching this lawbreaker the law of the land. If he's ignorant to the law of the land, you have to have some kind of patience or leniency with that man. You cannot give him the fullest extent of the punishment of that crime, because he don't know it. But they say there is no excuse of the law. Well, that is right. We also say that even there is no such thing as a mistake in the law that has been made and decided upon. There is no mistake. The lawmakers should not have made a mistake. They are guilty themselves and should be persecuted and taken by their own law. Now let's see again. If I have said that I have come with the truth, I must prove that you are without the truth.
Yes, that's right.
If I say that I come to free you, I must prove that you are in bondage.
That's right.
If I say that you have not been taught the truth, I must prove that you has been taught then other than the truth.
Right.
If I said to you that the day is the day of the resurrection of the dead, today is the judgment, today is the separation of the people, then I should prove to you that it is the day.
That's right.
If I said to you that God is present and He's in our midst, and I'm directly sent from Him, I should prove that He's present.
That's right.
How must I prove to you that He's present? By that which is taking place in your midst that could not have taken place unless He was present.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
knowledge of the time.
Yes, sir.
If we have been working all day from the morning rather, from 6 until 12, we say we should now have lunch. You say, what time is it? And when should we have lunch? At 12 noon. Let's see, is it 12 noon? You will look at the timepiece, is that right?
Right.
And if it's 12, by your timepiece, you say it's lunchtime. Right?
Right.
And when we see you eating and the factories all closed, the machineries cease to operate because it's lunchtime.
Right.
Then we know why you are eating, is that right?
Right.
Because it's lunchtime. And someone said, prove it. Look at the clock, it's 12 o'clock, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the same thing I have for you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If I said to you, it is time of the resurrection of the dead and judgment of the world, then all right, what time should this take place? At the end of 6,000 years rule of the present nation or race called white race.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Then you will ask me, say, how do you know that this is the end of the 6,000 years that were given to them to rule? Why, your proof. All right. The real proof is this. You will say, show it to me. It's not in the Bible. If you read the Bible, you don't find it. Yes, it's there. But you didn't understand it when you read the Bible. These are facts that I want to get over to you so that you will know how to sit and listen to what I further have to say to you. This is facts that I want to sum up with you so that you will recognize the main truth of yourself that I want to get over to you, that Almighty God has revealed to me. That is your salvation. It is your heaven of today, that truth that He has revealed. Now, you know as well as I that all of the scientists, religious philosophies, and scholars and scientists all agree that the present world of the Caucasian race, time was up in 1914, or that it marked the end of their time. Right?
Right. Right.
How do they know? What date did they begin with? If we want to be exact, we want to argue the question, we can go deeper and deeper to force this man to tell us the real facts about it. Where did you start from, you will say? Okay, let's take a little reasonable point here, Dave. You say, according to your Bible, that Moses lived 4,000 years ago, right?
Yes, right.
All right. You know, brothers and sisters, truth is good. And it makes you feel better than anything that you could receive, especially when you have been seeking for it.
That's right. Right.
If you agree, and this histories agree, that Moses lived 4,000 years ago, and that Jesus lived 2,000 years ago, you say, well, the calendar say about 1960 years ago. Yeah? But when we get after the truth of the history of the birth of Jesus, it was 2,000 years ago already.
Yes, sir.
Well, you say, I go by what they say. We don't know whether that you are in your rights by going by the present calendar, because there was some mixed up in that day. You must remember that you don't have too much exact truth written by the white man.
That's right.
not even to the population of you in Los Angeles.
That's right.
You say, why not? I want to teach you why not within the next 3 days. Because there are people that by nature were not made to tell the exact truth.
That's right. That's right.
I hope that you don't get too impatient here for a while, because I must sum up this to you. And tomorrow I expect you back here tomorrow night and Tuesday night. If no one can prove that the 6,000 years is up by actual dated, then how shall we know it? So, if we can't find a date to start from, to bring us up to the end of 6,000 years, how shall we prove it? All right? You still say you believe in your Bible. Then the Bible says by signs.
That's right.
When you see such and such sign come to pass, then you know that the end is near. Right?
That's right.
I'm just that fella that don't let you get away with saying I'm telling other than the truth without proving it. What I say to you, I will give my life that it is the truth. I don't give you guessing. Reckon. No, it is truth. Everything that I tell you, it is the truth. Nothing but the truth, and I will pay with my life if you can find it to be other than the truth. And before you take my life, I will give you $10,000 out of my brother's vest pocket for the lie that I told. It is much necessary that you know these things. Here you have in the Bible, in Genesis, we're getting after dates now, our year, that in Genesis, around the first chapter, and let me get this verse for you. Pardon me just a moment. In the first chapter and the 26th verse, God said, pardon me, let us make man. That's in the 26th verse of the first chapter of Genesis.
Okay.
Then you would like to know what time that was and what year, if not the date, when God said that. Let us make man. Let's move on a little further. And in another place here, he says that yes, a little above here. He says here, and God created, this is the 21st verse of the same chapter. Let's go up to the 20th verse of this first chapter. And God said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creatures that have life, fowls that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. And God created great whales and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly. Abundantly the water brought forth life. Today you might think that that happened back there and at that time alone. But I say today every life life is from what?
Right.
There is no life what? It is not from what?
Right.
And let's see further down here. And God bless everything. He said everything was good that he had created. Is that right?
Right.
But then God said on the sixth day, the fifth day, he had created everything and then established a day. It reads like this in the 23rd verse, and the evening and the morning were the fifth day. He's establishing time. And God said, let the earth bring forth the living creatures after his kind. Now, and on the 26th, in the 26th verse, he says, let us make man. And God created man in his own image, and in the image of God created he him. Male, female, created he them. And this day was on the sixth day that he made the man, is right? According to the Bible. Well, now, if that was on the sixth day of God's work in creating the man, let us remember that the beginning of the universe reads something like this. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. He didn't say what day that was, right?
That's right.
He didn't say this is the first day. On the first day, God created the heavens and the earth. The Bible opens and it reads like this. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the deep, of the waters, pardon me. Look, I want to show you a catch here. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. All right, if there was no earth, and there was nothing but space, and it was deep, and the Spirit of God moved, and when the Spirit of God moved, it moved upon waters. Well, where was the water? Huh? There's a catch right there in your in your second verse of Genesis, first chapter, that you never pays attention to. Now, if there was no earth, there was no such thing that we can call anything. It's all water, anything. Then now the Spirit goes out and finds water. Well, then what was the water? Oh. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. Oh, all right, let's see. And God saw the light. What was the light that he's actually referring to? He didn't say, and God said, said that he will make a light to dispel darkness. He didn't say it in that way. And God will create a sun. It reads in such way that a scholar can take it and twist it up, bring about one of the worst arguments that you ever has been faced with. I want you to think it over. And God saw that it was good. Well then, if God said, let there be light, I'm putting words or arguments into you that you probably could be able to argue yourself with any scientist on the Scripture. If God said, let there be light, and the book teaches us that God himself is light, well then, God himself must have been in darkness. Huh? We are the kind of people that tears a word all to pieces and makes you to answer and give us the truth of every part. That's the kind of people we are. And that's the way you should be. If you want to know the truth, take the truth and tear it all to pieces and understand each part. then you are able to master the truth, is right? If God said, let there be light, and there was light, and then God divided the light from the dark, then all right, where was God? If everything was under darkness, there was nothing out there, and yet God said, let there be light, and there was light, then where was God? If we say that he was in heaven, the heavens have not been made yet, according to the Bible. I know that you probably, some of you probably say, I wish he had not come here. But I'm your friend. I'm your brother. I love you, and someday you will come to love me. You will bear me witness that according to the Bible, there was no heaven created until the sun, moon, and stars was made. Is that right? Then the sun, moon, and stars was referred to as the heavens. Right? Before there was any light, then all right, God spoke into darkness, and there was no mention of heaven by Moses. Is that right? Well, then you will agree with it. The Bible is here for you to read for yourself. I'm not arguing with you on something that you cannot see for yourself. I'm not trying to put anything wrong in this book. I'm trying to show you how that you has misunderstood it. That's all. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. All right, right there is argument. If you said, Moses, that there was nothing, the entire space or open space was without anything, and now you said that God divided the waters from the waters by creating a firmament. Well, then what you actually means to tell us that there was nothing but water, and the waters needed a light, and the waters needed to be divided from itself by bringing in land. Right? All right. Agree on facts. That's all we can do. When facts is presented to us, let us agree on this and not argue them. Now, the heavens that we now see, the astronomers, glasses that they view the entire heavens that we call heavens. That means the stars, the moon, the sun, we call heaven, right? And the space that they revolve in. They don't see wherein that these planets was actually brought out of a entire universe of water. They don't see water surrounding them. In between them, they don't see yet water. Is that right? But they see water on some of these planets. But beyond the planet, there is no water. So why should the Bible read dividing the waters from the waters before ever there was even a planet created? I'm satisfied that I don't get the agreement from all of you, but I'm satisfied that any high school student, not to mention college and university students, all will agree with me that this is right. Error has crept in somewhere. It's not intelligently wrote up. Because if I'm going to declare to you the beginning of the universe, I should not make a mistake and say that there was nothing existing out there, and then I say the universe came out of water. Because you can easily say, well, Professor, you just said that there was nothing existing. Then where and how did you place water out there? These are the things. us to understand truth. Today is the day that you must understand the truth. I'm not criticizing you for not knowing the truth, but I will criticize you if you won't accept the truth when it's offered. It is not that we are foolish or ignorant until we realize is condemned as being such with civilization teachings. When we are taught education, we realize that we were ignorant before. Is right? The same goes for all truth. Before we know the truth of anything, we were ignorant of that truth. Now, I'm satisfied I have you agreeing now.
Yes, sir.
Me so far. I don't know how long.
Yes, sir.
We, my beloved brothers and sisters, are here not to waste our time talking foolishness. We're not here to waste our time trying to get over to you an argument to end up with nothing but argument. We are here to do away with arguments by presenting to you the cold facts. Again, I want to say to you that according to your Bible, John the 8th, 32nd, which reads something like this: "Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." But I said the Bible then did not tell you what truth that you should know. You say, I know the truth. If you know the truth, then you are free and you don't need the teachings of truth. If you know the truth and is not practicing the truth, when I say you yet is worse off than the person that don't know it. The truth shall make you free. Let us question that verse. Would you like that I turn to it and read it for you so that we get lined up on it right? It's very easy to go and find. I don't think it's so hard for me to find John in this Bible, because John is, is a very common name. So many of you is named John. So the book here reads in a way to make you think that that was Jesus' word that he said.
Yes, sir.
Well, that we don't argue that. He didn't say that. We believe that he said it. But yet, the way it's put there, we can argue it if we want to. We can make you prove whether or not he said it or not. Because in the first place, we will say to you, you said, according to your translators, the scholars of your Bible have said to us that they translated the Bible out of the Greek tongue, right? Then we can say, all right, then how do we know whether that this is the word that Jesus spoke when he spoke Hebrew?
Yes, sir.
Huh? We always can fight if we know how to fight. And we happen to know how to fight. The 32nd verse of the 8th chapter of, they call him St. John. Now that is also can be, challenging. Who knows whether he was a saint or not? Who knows whether this is the real name of one of the followers of Jesus? Huh? You can't prove it. We do know there was some Johns around the translation, and some around the getting the book over into English, right? But now whether this is his name and they're applying a saint to him, we don't know. But we do know there was a John there. But actually to know whether there was a John, a disciple of Jesus was named John, we cannot actually prove that with nothing that we have with the Bible. We can't prove it because there was no such language spoken in the time of Jesus. I'm not trying to condemn you, brother and sister of the church, in your belief. I'm just only trying to show you how to understand the truth. That's all. And we'll condemn you if you don't want to come to the light of the truth. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Then this 33rd verse says, they answered him, we be of Abraham's seed. Huh? The Jews, they say, according to the book. They said the Jews. But the verse right here says, they answered him, and we said it was the Jews. That we were, and we never in bondage to any man. How says you, ye shall be made free? I want to show you something right here that you overlooked. You have never examined the Scripture. You have never tried to learn the Scripture. You have taken it on face value. You have read over it and taken it for face value. This is right, this is right. And you have never understood what is right. We want to challenge your belief and bring you out into the open and show you that you are wrong and that here is right. Right and wrong. Now, if the Jews said to Jesus that they were Abraham's seed and they were never in bondage, then how then do the Bible teaches us that they were once in bondage in Egypt? Yes. And that Abraham prophesied that they would be in bondage. Huh? Right here, you have never studied that, have you? But that's why you are lost like you are. You never challenges nothing. You get out and blow your brains out, say, it's truth, it's the truth, it's the truth. I believe the Bible, the Bible, the Bible. I'm not making fun. I'm just only telling you how you goes off and makes yourself look small without the knowledge of the thing. There's many people have come to me that I even could not get a chance to talk to. They start doing with me like this. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Well, if I had opened their Bible and told them, say, look, right here is you. Why, it says they will not even let it into their ears. They stop up their ears to keep from hearing. And then I will say, now you judge between you and a wise person and a fool now. The same book says a wise person will listen, but a fool will not. Now you judge which one you are. When you are faced with truth, it is like darkness faced with light. Darkness have no hiding place in light. It cannot hide because darkness is false. Therefore it can't hide when that it meets real truth. The light is the truth. The light is from the sun, and the sun is made up of that which will and can give light. But the darkness have no way of giving any light, and the darkness have no defense against light. Therefore, truth and falsehood is always referred to under such type of light and darkness. Right? If you remember, this morning, you had no trouble in seeing around you after the sun arose, right? All right, if you will remember after these 3 days that I am with you on truth, you will have no trouble of seeing around you that you was once in false. Yes, sir. Right here, this verse here could condemn the Jews from being once in bondage in Egypt, because here the Jews said that is, if this is Jews, that they are from Abraham and they never was in bondage. All right, while Abraham says that God said to him that his seed would go into Egypt and there sojourn there for 400 years, right? To Abraham, and said, they shall have all that you see as far as your eyes can behold, even everywhere. Take a look at the heaven. They shall be without number. But we never have been unable to number the Jews, right? All praises to God. And the Jews have never been masters of the entire earth, right? All right, then something is wrong, is it right? You will agree. You're going to read your Bible now as never before. I just want to bring to you your knowledge, the knowledge to you that you have not been given or has been lost from. The knowledge of the time that you're living in, the knowledge of God, the knowledge of the devil, the knowledge of yourself, the knowledge of the scripture that you have been reading, that you didn't get the knowledge of. I'm here before you. I don't object to you question me all you want to. You can question me until your tongue is tied.
Yes, sir.
Yes. But listen very well. Don't sit and sleep and then wake up and say, so. Listen well to see whether or not that you are asking me a question that I have not already answered. If you pay good attention, I don't leave nothing that is unanswered. So I know what you're going to do. I want you to know the truth. This is what I am here for. The truth shall make you free. Let's go back to that, as you have understood a few points here that could be argued by scholars and scientists. Know the truth, and it shall make you free. And look how forcible it speaks of you knowing the truth. Ye shall know the truth. That's forcible, is right? Not whether you want to know or not. Ye shall know the truth. Huh? Regardless to opposition, how great the opposition may be, ye shall know the truth. Have you ever thought of that? Not that you may know the truth, but ye shall know the truth, regardless to the opposition. Another place here in the book, it says, God says that He will write, and who shall hinder? Right? God says, I will deliver you. I will save you. I will bring you again. Think over that. The book prophesies that, right? Let's see then, how far should we go about this thing? If we shall know the truth, then what are we in love? It is a fact that every one of you believes today that you don't know all the truth that you should know, is right?
Take your time.
You also will bear me witness that you preach and you claim to know God and you claim to know Jesus, right? But only close I don't want to anger you, because we are living in the day that the anger of the nations and the anger of God and the devil is at a fever pitch. It's about 212 Fahrenheit. Don't think that we're not angry. All of us is angry. So whenever that you strike, just remember we're going to strike fire too. We're all angry. We're in that time. The book teaches you that. Even God himself is angry. He's not pleased. In fact about it, he has to be angry to judge and destroy the wicked. He certainly will not be pleased with the wicked. If he was pleased with them, he would not destroy them. And you can't destroy a man being satisfied. You've got to be dissatisfied to get rid of it. I say, my friend, anger is covering all civilized people of the earth. And God himself is angry today. But I'm not here to anger you. I'm here to bring you in, or rather out of anger, into peace and happiness. Now, if I said to you that probably you don't really realize that you don't really know God and you don't really know Jesus 100%, I might will prove that to you if you want to contend with me that you know. But we don't have time to spend time for argument. I would like for you to go back home and study good after I give to you the Jesus history. I'm not giving it to you today, but I will give it to you before I leave the city, if it be the will of Allah. I'm going to give you Jesus and Moses' history, and I'm going to give to you the man's history before Moses, who ruled 2,000 years. That 2,000 years you have absolutely blank here in the book. Your Bible starts from Moses, right? At least they say they give to you Moses' books, meaning Moses' history and his revelation that he received from Jehovah, right? All right then, you said that Moses lived 4,000 years ago. All right, who lived 2,000 years before Moses? Huh? Your Bible starts from Moses. Well, what about the civilization before Moses? My friend, I'm here to tell you. We want to know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. All right, well, we are so proud, maybe we say, I already know the truth. But I want to ask you then, Mr. Sankey's, what truth are the Bible referring to that you shall know? You certainly have some truth. You certainly can say to me, it is true that we are here talking to each other. It is true that we are in this house. But what truth that we shall know that will make us free, and who is in bondage? Who is it that is without the knowledge of truth? Who is it that is in bondage? Who is being held in bond that must be free? Huh? Tell me, my friend, if Jesus said that to the Jews, then the Jews replied to Jesus and said, we are not in bondage. We are Abraham's seed, and we never was in bondage. And Jesus condemned them that there was not Abraham's seed. He didn't say that there was not in bondage. The Bible reads in this way that they were in the bondage of sin. But now, listen, if Jesus said that there was a devil and the Father was the devil and his word had no place in them, how then could he free them? Think about that. Think about it. My friend, we are here with facts. We fight you with the truth, and you to bring out yours if you have it. Yes, sir. And strike back. Jesus says to them around here someplace around about the 14th and 16th, is it, chapter of St. John, that they were the devil, the father Sir? Yeah. John 8:44. Yeah, in this same chapter. Here it is, right here.
Yes, sir.
Jesus says, your father, the devil, and the lust of your father, he will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaks a lie, he's speaking of his own. For he is a liar, and the father of it. And because I tell you the truth, ye believe it. Believe me not. I think I ought to say that same thing today. I don't take the place of Jesus. I don't claim his name. But I say I think I ought to say the same thing today. Now, if Jesus says that to the Jew that he well, I tell you, this is going to bring lots of argument here, maybe. That the Jew was not Abraham's seed, and that he was not one that could be converted to the truth. He was one that he just couldn't receive. He could not do nothing with him because that he was a child or the children of a father of theirs whom his father threw out of heaven. And that the father himself could not do anything with their father, and therefore he appointed a day of judgment for them.
Yes, sir.
And that one day the father is going to burn them to get rid of them. Right? I'm quite sure that I'm going to get you to agree with facts. I'm sure that I'm talking to people who is from the author of truth. Whether you admit it or not, I know you. I know who you are. You are my brother, and you are from the God of truth. If the Jew could not receive the truth from Jesus, today we should read the history of the Jew and see whether or not that this verse is true or not. Jesus saying, all right, do you see the Jews today representing themselves as being followers of Jesus? No. No. They don't recognize Jesus at all in a way of speaking. Just a few Jews will recognize him, but the majority of the Jews claim they follow in Moses, right? All right then. Now, did Jesus say they couldn't receive his word, and his word was true? Okay, then let us see. Is there two different races? Is there a Christian race, a white race, and a Jew race? Are they two different races? Are they the same race and two different religious people or believers? Rather, we will say they are two religious belief people, right? But not two actually different people by race. They are the same race. They all belong to the white race or Caucasian race, right? All right then, but one believes one prophet, or claim he believes one prophet, who was 2,000 years ahead of the other. And the second one believes in the second prophet, who was here 2,000 years ago. And both of them is liars. According to the history and teachings of Moses and Jesus, not any of them believed in Moses nor Jesus. They all walk after their own heart, as the book teaches you here. They walk after their own lust. Right? Oh, praise the truth. And they don't love truth. Therefore, since they are not lovers of truth, they will fight the truth. They will oppose the truth. Is it right? Isn't it true that they are opposing truth from getting to you today? You know it.
That's right.
You're not that dumb that you won't agree on these facts. Have not you learned in the past history of your people here for the last 400 years that the white man has tried his utmost to prevent the truth from getting into your ears. I just want to sum up the facts to you, and you can agree or you cannot agree. But facts will stand as they are. You run after the truth. Now, since you know that the white race has always tried to prevent truth from entering your ears that will benefit you, that you will be benefited by, then all right, bother with me that they are of the truth and they are the equal, the children of God as you and I. However, when the Jesus whom you claim to believe in also has condemned them as being devils. These are facts out of the book that you claim to believe in. If I was arguing with you on this book, you will tell me quickly, I know nothing about the Holy Cross. I believe in the Bible. Then believe then in the Bible. Believe the truth of the Bible, and don't believe a false of the Bible. There are so many of us today that is insane in love with the white people that we don't want no one to say anything wrong about them, whether it's truth or untruth. But I dwell upon that prophesy, those prophetic words, you shall know the truth. Yes, sir. And I'm just crazy enough to tell it to you. I say crazy because that's what you call a man that will speak the truth. In fact about it, they call Jesus crazy. They call Moses crazy. They call all the prophets that you now esteem crazy, other than what they really were. So I don't think nothing that is coming to me so good from you. You most certainly will say that he's a liar, don't know what he's talking about, a fool. But nevertheless, we are the kind of little boys that breaks up an old order, sets up a new one. Condemns it and shows proof that it is not worthy to continue in existence. We are the boys that behind us the works take place. Our work is not in vain, and our work shall live as the sun. It is true. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And Jesus said these words according to the Bible. They are put here in red. Now, if Jesus said that to the Jews, and he was losing his time, they are trying to teach the Jew. And the same book teaches us that he said that he was sent to the lost sheep, to the house of Israel, to save Israel, right? From her sin, according to the same. Well, we're just only wanting. I want you to get me clear. I want to clear myself to you because I'm going into a lot of truth with you for the next 3 days, and I don't want you to misunderstand. So I clear these up because right here where you are really in the grave at, that is in the New Testament. You are buried right here. Yes, sir. And if I can get you started resurrecting out of the New Testament, I don't have to worry about the Old. No. You have heard lots of people, leaders, teach and preach you the word. You have heard much of it. You can hear them all up and down the streets in some cities and towns today, preaching the Bible and saying that they know the book and they know God's word and this is God's word and I know God and I know Jesus. Do you have God? Do you have Jesus? And all that. You hear all of that, right? and some go so far as to say, are you saved? Are you saved? And yet, if you would examine that questioner, they themselves are not saved. And yet they want to save you. Well, they also can be read in the light of your same book, The Blind Trying to Lead the Blind. He shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Now, if Jesus said that he was sent to the house of Israel rather to save the lost sheep, and he made several parables concerning this lost sheep, is right. He made a picture of the lost sheep as being one so dearly loved and so hunted by God and his people that the judgment could not take place until that lost sheep was found. Right? He made a parable of a house where the woman lost one piece of silver, and that she swept the whole house to find that one piece that she had lost. Right? And when she found it, that one piece, she was more happy over it than she was of the other 9 pieces. Right? The 10th piece she rejoiced over. He made pictures of how valuable this lost sheep was in the eyes of God. I want you to understand, I'm dealing right directly with you and what you believe on and what has been taught to you and God and the coming of God and the presence of God and the truth that you shall know. That will make you free. This sheep, he makes a picture again of a man having 2 sons. He said this is like that lost sheep. And one went astray and the other stayed home. Huh? He said that went astray, the father was so concerned over him that he went out to meet him. Right? He didn't have to go after this one at home, he's already here. But he loved the brother of this one, and he goes out to meet him. Right? Jesus says this is the kingdom of heaven. Huh? This man that was lost among strangers. All right, I know that you got it wrong. The book says that he was lost among strangers in a strange land in a far country, and that these strangers had ill-entreated him, they had cast him out, hired him to do the worst job that they had, and he was tired of that, and now he hardly could get a job, get no kind of employment.
That's right.
And that he was hungry. He needed a job. He was hungry. Right? These were people that was not his people that he was living among. He had spent all that he had. Huh? And he had nothing? All right. Then he became in want. And no one would give him. Huh? All praise is due to Allah. Is this the house of Israel? Is this the lost sheep out of the house of Israel? Which one now are you making a parable of? All right, we only want to get down to facts. That's all. He got the root of the thing. And I want to shake the earth off and then show it to you. That's really the root of it. Now, if Jesus 2,000 years ago said that he was sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, after being in the house of Israel and being among the lost sheep, why should he make such parables? Huh? All right. You don't need to make a parable over that which shall now been understood. No. All praise is due to Allah. This is worth your waiting around. It is worth it because you believed in these things. Let me tell you, my friend, if one of these brothers represent part of a nation that the other brother belongs to, which went into a far country and dwelt among strangers, and the strangers did not show him any brotherly love, then all right, let's see about the Jew. Where has the Jew gone and left part of the Jews? Huh? Oh, praise you. Read the history of the Jews. search the history of them in the Bible. Where were they divided at? And that one need to go back to the other. Huh? No, you don't find it here in the Bible. All right, then, well, who does this parable refer to? And what people today absolutely fit and answers the descriptions of this parable? It is you and I in America. One day, our father was brought here into a far country, right? And he became servants to a strange people, right? All praises due to Allah. This is it. And now, after 300 years of servitude, slave, they lost all the knowledge of themselves. They lost all that they originally possessed, is it right? And they were in want. They needed something. Excuse my fighting language, my beloved brothers and sisters. You could easily pardon me. Because I just told you we all are angry, and so you don't have much to overlook. We were without the knowledge of our fathers, without the knowledge of our native land, without the knowledge of ourselves, and were turned loose without anything, without the knowledge of letters. Could not read nor write. That's right. Didn't know even as much how to demand a absolutely perfect freedom indeed. We didn't contest the freedom, right? We didn't examine that kind of freedom. All we know, the white man said, "You a free nigger." It's pitiful, but I said, the truth shall make you free.
Yes, sir.
You must know the truth. Now, you said today, "I am free." You still say that. Like the foolish answer came to Jesus from the Jews. We are not in bondage. We are free people. You will tell me that. How free are you? That's the thing I want you to look into. How free are you? How free did the white slave masters make our fathers? If you are still begging for freedom, justice and equality, still begging for civil rights, which is justice and equal rights, then you have not as yet had freedom, is right? Because a free person is free to go anywhere he wants to, live anywhere he wants to. He has the freedom of speech. He has the freedom to sit, live in the country where he pleases. He has the freedom of every other free citizen of the land. He exercises the same freedom of any other free man, regardless to where he may live. He's not bound by no foreigner, or a foreign government, right? He's free. All right, then how much of that have you been exercising? You even don't exercise free speech. You are not free to speak what you want, right? But yet you will say, as they said, Abraham freed us. You have Abraham. And this is who he's talking about. It is not saying really talking about the Jew, but it's after you. You said today, Abraham freed us. Abraham did not free you. If Abraham Lincoln had freed you, he would have freed you indeed. But he only removed you from temporary servitude. That's all, right? But not actually freeing you from the white race. If you had become free of the white race, all right, you would not have been sitting here today to learn what really freedom looks like. Every one of you almost sitting here before me if I would ask you, what's your name? It would be a name other than your real name, right? It will be a name belonging to the white man. All right, if you tell me my name is Willie Jones, all right, the white man out there, he also is named Willie Jones. Well, all right, why are you a black man saying that you are Willie Jones? He said, well, that's my name. And sometimes you will even force it.
Yes, sir.
Stick your little chest out there.
Yes, sir. That's right.
How come my name isn't Jones? Well, I know why you say that, because you don't know any better. But I'm here to give you that better, for you to act right next time. Remember, this is one chain of slavery that it has never been cut from you. The white man is careful not to never to tell you to get out of his name. Why? Because he knows as long as you represent yourself under his name, pardon me, you are forever will be his. He don't have to worry if you go to Asia. Now, if you don't believe it, any one of you that has been to Asia and Africa, you can contend with me on this if you want to, and I will prove by your own mouth, make it bear me witness, that Asia nor Africa want to recognize you in the white man's name. Well, then live all your life if you want to, but you will never be the equal of those natives in their sight as long as you represent yourself in the name of the white man. Not to think of Arabia, who demands you, if you believe in Islam, to accept the name of God. All Muslims go in the name of God. Ask any of them their names, and I can soon show you, even by the dictionary of the white man, that's the name of God. Your Bible tells you here in Isaiah and in many other places that God in the last day would come and he would give to you a name after his name, right? He would call you by his name, right? We're just trying to sum up our work for next week. And I wish I could work with you for a week. I'm real anxious. I'm kind of like this prophecy here in Isaiah where it says, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me to preach the truth to you and bring you out of the knowledge of sin. Now let me say to you again, if the white man did not take his name off on you or teach our fathers, listen, Sam, you're no more Sam now. That is not your name. When we brought your fathers from Africa, they were not named Sam. Now remember, Sam, as long as you say you are Sam, that's my name, and you still are my nigger. I rather would not be calling yourself Sam today. That father of ours would have said quickly to the slave master, thank you, master. I won't call myself after your name anymore. That's right. But he didn't know no better. He was dead. The white man had killed him of the knowledge of himself and of the knowledge of his people, and had kept his people from coming visiting him. While he was under slavery of the white man did not allow the black man of Africa and Asia to mix with you. They didn't allow them here. They didn't even know that you were even here. Think over that. Now, here today, they have learned that you are here. And now today you see one of your people everywhere almost you look. See a gathering, you can find one of your brothers from Africa or Asia standing there in your face, right? All right. You know, there's so many things that we want to get over to you that I'm just burning up.
Yes, sir.
Again, your Bible says that, and put the words in the Jesus mouth. Whatsoever the carcass is, there shall the eagles be gathered together.
Yes,
Right?
That's right.
You know who's the carcass? You.
Yes, sir.
I don't think I mean because that he have already claimed that you were dead and you are dead, so that means the carcass.
That's right.
Well, it may sound a little funny, and it may sound very, catchy. You don't like to be called that. I don't either, but I once was. That's right. When I didn't know any better. So now listen, my friend. I'm not preaching that subject, but I will explain it to you and show you 100% that it means you. And I will show you and teach you who really the eagles are. Now, today you see your brothers and sisters from all parts of Asia and all parts of Africa visiting you, right? All praises due to Allah. And Jacob saw a lamp that reached from heaven to earth, right? And that he saw angels ascending and descending on it, right? The angels was visiting the earth and angels going from the earth to heaven, right? All right, that only represents you and your people, that's all. So He shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. No, the truth, you have learned that you have never been freed of one of the most essential things that goes for your freedom. That is the name of the slave master, right? And he is very anxious that you stay in his name. Look, I can prove it to you. When he learned that I once had a slave name by the name of Two in the South, today he's trying to add that to my holy free name. He went to call me Two right on. Why? You should study this. Why does he want to call me Two? Because he wants to make you to think, keep you away from a free name, make you think he's not gotten no free name, right? And he's not one of them. He's not supposed to be called Muhammad. He's supposed to be called the same thing that you've been called. That is under my name, one of my names. And that will keep you from ever seeking any other name, right? But still, the lying devil, I'm here with men and much material to put him to a flight.
Yes,
I dare him to contend with me that my name is Proof. He knows he can't contend with me, but if he put it in the paper, he believes that you are so drunk off from his lies that you will believe his lie rather than to believe my truth. He knows that. All praises to Allah. All right. If you will search the scripture again, it teaches you that on the judgment day, that everyone that is called by the name of God will be saved. Right? Why are you then saying that you're going to heaven and still in the devil's name? For an instant, that you call, say, Joan Jackson and Brown and Mr. Wood and Mr. Tree, Mr. Burry, Mr. Bear, Mr. Fish, Mr. Frog, home. Do you think that God has such names as that? In the last book of your Bible, in the Revelation, it goes something like this. It says, all that had the mark and the name of the beast went down with the beast in a lake of fire. Right? Remember, if you're not hearing me clear back there, hold up your hand. You're not hearing me so clear. I will see if I cannot get it over to you. If you read this in your own book, the Bible is here before you, right? Did you hear that up there? All right, then. We're all right now. Then you have misunderstood just who the Bible was referring to as the beast. The beast, I'm here to tell you, and will back it up, I will die if they want to kill me for it. The beast is the white race. I didn't write it. They wrote that themselves, and they teach it to you. Don't claim that, that writing to me. I didn't write that. It was here when I was born. And it was here when you was born. All that had the name or the mark of the beast. They go with that. God refused to accept them. But everyone that had the mark of God and his name, who had accepted the teachings of the Lamb, they were seen on another shore, is right? And I saw the Lamb stand upon the shore of Mount Sinai. Huh?
Yes, sir.
All right, who had gotten victory over the beast. Huh? Well then, where is that lake now the others went into? Huh? Zion is on the earth, then the lake of fire is on the earth, and where did the beast, or rather the lamb, had fled from he and his followers to escape that fire? Huh? It is in this part of the earth. It's America. This is the place. I'm sorry, but this is the place. And the lamb had given to his followers the name of his father, is right?
That's right.
And his father recognized them and saved them, right?
That's right.
But those who willfully and knowing that they should have give up the beast and his name and his mark, they refused because they feared the beast, is it right? The Bible says they feared. Therefore, their fear, rather because of their fear, they lost their life. Because they feared the beast more than they did God, who had power over the beast. Oh, praise God. Know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. It is a truth today that you fear the white man of America more than you fear any God that you can think of. If the white man tells you, nigger don't pray out there, no sir. Nigger don't preach here, no sir. Regardless of what God told you to do, you're going to obey the white man, right? The faithful and the unbelieving had their part with the beast. The Holy the followers of the devil in this sense of the word. It says that on the day of judgment, the resurrection, the devil will deny that he even deceived them. He will deny that he caused them to err. He will say to them that he did not cause them to err and to not follow and believe in Allah. It was you. You was the one. He will even tell our people that I did not believe in you making me the equal of God. He said, for I fear Allah myself. He says, and they will say, well, we were your followers. Can you help us break one of these days for us of chastisement? He will say, no. He said, I cannot help you today, nor can you help me. He said, we all are in it. If the Bible and the Holy One teaches you and I in plain words that the devil will be conquered and destroyed by God, then God is the one we should serve and obey. Right? That is, if we don't want to be destroyed with the devil. And the Bible plainly teaches you, and the Holy One makes it real clear to you, that it is the white race that is the real devil. And for 4 long years I have been teaching you and have been publishing it in the paper, so plain that a fool could not misunderstand it. This is that truth that you should know that shall make you free of the devil. It is the knowledge of the devil. Just who is the devil? That's the thing that you should know today. And who is God that I should fear and obey? You have never been taught the truth of these. Right. It's not it true that you have been taught that no man has seen God at any time, right? And that God is a spirit, right? And that no man can see God and live, right? And no man can see him until he's dead, right? All right, prove to me this again. I'd rather bear me witness on this first. Is not it true that that same religion teaches you that if you want to see God, serve and obey God, and on the resurrection you will see him, right? Then if I'm taught all before that time I can't see him and live, how am I going to live to see him in the resurrection? Huh? No man can see him and live. But then you yet said to me, if I want to live, I must obey him and see him. Huh? Somebody's wrong about the Bible. It is the truth. Now, I want you to understand the truth, and the truth will free you. You will no more be that which you are today after knowing the truth. You will no more be the same, as we are not the same, as we were before we learned it. If I were not teaching you the truth, if I did not have God on my side, as you claim you have him on your side, and I have the devil on my side. I'm always right. That's it. If now that you say that you have him on your side, you believe in God, and God is with you, and his son Jesus is with you, and Elijah Muhammad is a liar, and God is not on his side, and he don't believe in Jesus, and he preaches a Mohammedan religion, which is a heathen religion. All right, can you do the work that Elijah's done and not get your head? Challenging you. Know the truth. I preached the truth to you as never a man before. We never have had a man in the government of America that spit out the truth to you as I have been spitting. your eyes and stopped up your ears so far that you can't see the truth, nor can you hear the truth. Therefore, it is hard for me to get to you with the truth. You wait to see whether or not that he will destroy me. As the Holy Quran teaches me, it says they wait for the evil accident of time for you. They're thinking that someday that they're going to jump up and shoot you down or kill you. But I say, my brother and sister, I've been preaching it for 29 years. And I have not tried to hide anything. And I tried to go protected with arms. I have walked openly and still walk openly. And I still live openly, right in the midst of my enemies. And you know they are my enemies. And you know some of you are mine enemies, but nevertheless, I'm still here. Huh?
Think about it.
I went to Washington on the 31st of May last year and met, I was greeted by 10,000 people. And I stood there, and you have gotten everything that I said there. You read it, and you heard it from the recording tape, and you also probably seen pictures of it. And I had been preaching it for quite a few years, telling you and writing in the paper that the white race was none other than the devil. They had deceived you, they were liars, and there was no hope for you in the white man. I went there to prove to you that God is with me and to fulfill the prophecy of the Bible that he will protect his servant in the midst of his enemies. I went there and even they met me to protect me from you. I was escorted from the airport by their own guards. They stayed in a driving ring for 3 hours right out of the door to watch the door, the room where I was in, to keep you from hurting me. Or any of that kind. They brought me back to the airport. They sit right out and listen to me for about 3 hours. Pour out to them the knowledge of themselves and the knowledge of our people and to teach them their due. And then they escorted me back to the airport. That was enough for every one of you. What more do you want to see and learn to know whether or not that Elijah is protected and backed by God Almighty or protected and backed by the devil? If I preach to you that he is the devil and that you should not follow him, would he show love for me? No, but the God that is on my side wants you to know that he has power over the devil. Yes, that I can make him himself bow to him.
Yes, sir. Okay.
As you have in the second Psalms here, that he asked the enemies to bow down to the Son, is right? And to kiss the Son, lest he be angry with you, and you perish in the way. That you will perish quickly. Because whatever he desires gives you, I will bring it to pass. So if he get angry with you and desire that I should punish you, I will certainly answer his prayer. This you must wake up and learn, my friend, is existing in your face today. The devil knows me. The devil knows that God is with me. The devil knows that he will be destroyed if he touch me.
Oh, yes, sir.
He knows that. I'm not trying to teach him. There is no saving for him. Why should I teach that which is to be burn, huh? As the parable in the Bible made so many times here declare that. He said the chaff is thrown in the fire. All right, he said all this fruit that is not gathered, it is destroyed. But the fruit that is wanted by the people, they gather that fruit, right? All right then, you all understand what it means. Now, I should not preach to them. I should not be trying to save them. If Moses and Jesus and Muhammad 1400 years ago could not save her, what I look like trying to save her? They said to you, don't go near that man, huh? But they writes me and ask me and beg me to allow them to come in the temple to listen. And they declare to me in writing that we will believe, we know you are right, if you will allow us to just become one of the members of yours. Just accept us as the least. I have that kind of writing. Don't think they are not contacting me. I have letters that I can bring here and show you, read them to you, and let you read them yourself, that they declare that they have lied to you, they have mistreated you, misled you, they declare that their religion is not the religion that will save you. They tell me just what I'm telling you, that it is the truth, that they fix up the religion to make slaves out of you. They just ask me, what? I don't want you to be angry with me. I know what you believe in. But bear with me, my friend. I tell you the truth. Yes, this religion, you said it is not a religion to send me to hell, or a religion that won't save me. I say, my friend, if you have not been saved so far, where is your proof that it will save you?
Think about it. Right.
To me that I will be saved after I'm dead. God will rise me up in the last day and take me into heaven. I said, my friend, again, where is your proof that you're going to rise?
Right.
You've got no proof.
Right.
You don't believe in the resurrection of the dead. This is the resurrection of the dead, my poor brother.
Right.
You're mentally dead.
Right. Right.
No one will believe in such thing as going into the earth, rising up again, coming back off being not one that is dead.
Right.
There is no wise man today that would let you make a fool out of him in such teachings. You notice that when you teach that kind of teaching, you don't make converts out of college graduates and professors of university so easy, do you? Why? Because they have learned from study that actually there is nothing to a man coming back. They have learned also that so much of this that you teach me of the religion under its name is not true. They have learned that too. They cannot even believe it like that because of their knowledge. All right, take for instance then. You said today, I will go into the earth and become earth again. And when the trumpet sounds, I will become a new person again. I want to know, what is you going to look like if you have water in those? Understanding of the resurrection of the dead. That's all it is. It's a misunderstanding. If you say again that, yes, I will be in a new body. Yeah, as soon as you rot, you in a new body. Right. That's right. That's a new body, right. Yes, sir. You certainly not in the old one. You're in earth again. Yes, sir. And if it produces any live thing, it's some vomits that you won't recognize and you don't like. Take dead piece of cards out there, it will produce some kind of life. But it won't be your kind of life. Right?
Right.
All right, then what are you arguing about? You say out of the earth did God bring you. Right? Every human being is from the earth.
Right.
And back to the earth he returns. Right?
That's right.
Well, wait a minute. Now, since you know that to be the truth, where do you get the belief that you will come back all over again one day? You only keep coming into the world through this one that is yet alive.
Right.
He's going back to the earth while his children is still existing, producing more children. Right? That's the only way you will live in that person. Not no one living in you. Right? And your name only will live, not you. All right, if it takes food to keep this flesh on our bone, and if we stop eating food, then the flesh starts leaving the bone. All right, then, take your nose, friend. Then when you die, and the flesh is gone, and the bones soon go away, right? All right, and after the bones go away, you are gone for good.
That's right.
Okay, you can't dig down here in the earth and find the inward bones that the devil killed a few hundred years ago, can you? They're all gone back to earth. Why? Because out of the earth they came. They came through vegetation, water that they drink. Because of what? Because the earth have stones in it. This is the stone works of our body. It made a frame for our flesh, which is only temporary, like on the bone. We got to keep it well supported with vegetation from the earth, water, right? And this bone only serves as a framework to support it. All right, when the flesh goes, the bone goes, because the bone have nothing to produce blood feed, and therefore the bone goes, and pretty soon, few years, the bone is gone. Right? That is if you don't try and preserve it. So my beloved brothers and sisters, remember that you just had a misunderstanding about the resurrection. The resurrection means at the time when the end of the white man's world comes, those who have died into the knowledge of God in themselves will be resurrected into the knowledge of God in themselves. That's all it means. The truth shall make you free. You said, well, why should I be right? Why should I pray and try and be right? I said to you, remember, be sane now in the matter. Good always brings its reward.
Right.
And evil its consequence. Right?
That's right.
Well, all right then, try and do good for yourself and others while you live.
That's right.
And you enjoy good.
That's right.
Be evil to yourself and others, and you don't enjoy it. You suffer the consequence, right?
Right.
All right, there you are. You have your heaven and your hell right here while you live.
That's right.
Take for instance, right now, we're at peace. We're in heaven right here. All of us sitting here discussing the truth together, and there's a pouring over it, right? We can soon turn it into a hell. We can start slugging each other here and swearing at each other, and soon this will be a hell, right? Well, that's right. You make your own hell and you make your own heaven.
That's right. Right.
They are not two different places, but conditions. They are two different conditions of life, not different places. You can have heaven anywhere and you can have hell anywhere. Don't make any difference. I was over in the Holy Land last fall. I left there in January, and I made quite a tour through the Holy Land. And I saw right there, I could have made all the hell I wanted right there if I wanted to. Yet it was in the Holy Land. And people does make hell there. Even the Bible teaches that even the devil started hell in heaven, right?
Right.
He made war right in heaven. Huh? All right then. Well, it's not places, but it's conditions.
That's right.
You can have heaven right here if you know the truth and will practice the truth unite together and live as brothers and sisters to each other, then you will be in a heaven right here.
Right.
And then you can make a hell for yourself.
Right.
My friend, I say to you, know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. This is the thing that the book is referring to. Why didn't the Bible teach us like that? Because the slave masters translated the Bible in their language. And when they did this, you already was their slave. And they kept revising the book, kept tampering with it. Every time they look at you, they thought that maybe one day you might wake up. And so all the good plain part of the Bible, the truth, they put it in symbols, made it symbolic, and then you will have parables or something of the kind that you will have to study and worry over to understand, right?
Right.
And today you don't understand, and he put it in the back of the book, blessed is he that readeth and doth understand.
That's right.
Knowing that you were not going to understand. And he knew he was already reading, and you had to learn to read. Right?
Right.
All praises due to Allah. You know, the translation of the Bible in English is a little better now than 400 years ago.
Right.
Yes? All right, now, he still look at you, and when he find out that you're learning a little too much of the truth of the Bible, he said, we're going to revise it again.
Right.
Right?
Right.
He don't want you to know, because the good in it is on your side. And it prophesies his destruction or his doom, and your eternal life is in the book. And he don't want to tell you that. There is no eternal life for white people. They are the devil. They are the people that was put on the earth to live for a time and be destroyed from the face of the earth.
Right.
That are the people. You are the people who have no beginning and have no end.
Right.
Your nation, the black nation, no one have the birth record of that nation. The white man today, take note, he's not preaching the doom of the black man or the doom of Asia. He's preaching his own doom.
That's right.
He said, their world, not the black man's world. You pay good attention. He never teach you that the black man's world will be destroyed. But he teaches you their world will be destroyed. He's teaching you today that they are no more the rulers of the world. Right? He teaches you today that the black man of Africa is waking up. Right? And that means to tell you as he wakes up, I'm going to sleep. And it's bound to go. Okay, he hear me blowing the trumpet here in your ear, trying to wake you up. And he's beginning to talk now that the Negroes is trying to get going too. We fear our unrest among the Negroes.
That's right.
Right? Regular. And the Negroes now in the South, they say, we are dealing with a new Negro. Huh?
Right.
The resurrection is here.
That's right.
That you must rise up.
That's right.
You must come to the knowledge of the truth. You must be free. You must be resurrected. The Holy Quran says it incumbents upon Allah to give you life. The Bible teaches you all the bones did live. Right? That means a nation of people who are dead without the knowledge of truth. Huh? That's all it means. You are the one. And I am asking you that is educated, you that is qualified, you businessmen, you teachers of the school, you philosophers, you doctors, you lawyers, you judges, you policemen, you sheriffs, and whatnot. If you are black, I'm asking you to help me to rise this nation. The time is at hand. This war going on in Africa, let me get this over to you.
Yes, sir.
I was over there, the first of the year. All right, I was in Africa. What did you learn? What did you see, Elijah? I saw trouble. I saw trouble coming and was already going on. I saw an independent Africa, but not without trouble. I went to one of the authorities and asked one of the authorities, one of the rulers. I said, how many people have they killed, the white man killed here since this war has been going on of our people? He says, on my record, our record, this government, I was in the government. He said, our government, and I was talking to the chief tenor. He says, our record shows that they have killed 1.5 million Africans so far. He says, they bring their small village, kill all the old and young. They take their little towns and just swipe them out like nothing and don't allow not a life to escape. I said, yeah. I said, where that? He told me where it was. He said, you may go through there. I said, no, I won't go through there. He said, you should go there. He advised me. He said, you should go there and you should teach those people. I said, I have a Welshman back home. He didn't laughable with me. It's hurt me. He says, I will give you a palace. We will build you a palace to stay here and teach these people there, and you can teach your people back home at the same time. I said, no. I said, Allah did not send me here. I said, He sent me, or rather raised me among my people in America to teach them the truth. And then if they don't accept the truth, He told me to bring Him the key. And He and I will leave Americas, and that will be all of it. And I said, I can't do that until He called me off the wall. I said, I've got to go right back there and take it. He said, well, you have millions of people over here. I said, I have millions over there.
Yes, sir.
He said, these people will hear you. I said, that's right. I said, I know they will hear me. I said, but nevertheless, I have not been sent to them. I said, I was raised among my people in Americas, and I have received the word from the mouth of God, and I know God, and God knows me, and I'm not a dreamer, not a visionary. I'm absolutely a man wide awake, and one that has gotten the message directly from the mouth of God. He said, I know that, and we all know it over here. He said, but, he said, they want to kill you over there. He says, why will you go over there and let them kill you? I said, I accepted the message to deliver it with my life. I will pay with my life if I fail to deliver it, and I will pay with my life to put them on top of civilization.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So he hugged and kissed me. He says, we all pray Allah that you will be successful, and that you will return here, and that when you return, you will teach us too. He said, because you are Nabi too. Nabi in Arabic means a prophet. I said, no, I said, I don't represent myself as a prophet. I said, I just say to you and to others that I am a messenger. I have the message of God to give to the people of mine in America, before there come a day that they will not be able to ask God to wait 1 minute to receive anything. So he says to me, he said, we are with you, and we want you to return again, trusting that God will take care of you. I say, He will. So they give me few presents. And when I left out of Sudan in Africa, when I left there, many of them was cheering. Many of them. There was 3,000 out there in the open, and they was all clamoring around the car that I was in, scratching the windows, trying to get the hold of my hand to shake my hand, saying, long live Elijah Muhammad. May Allah bless him and protect him to return to America safe. May Allah be with him to help His people in America.
Yes, sir.
That's the kind of But as the book says, I had a short talk with the scientists in Jeddah, talked with a few in Mecca, and in Medina. Now, you are the one. Don't let anyone fool you, say to you that Elijah Muhammad is not recognized by the Muslims over there. No, no. That's some little old thief that want to rob you here.
That's right.
And that he would like that you get behind him so that he can get rich to go back home and live in luxury. Because your dollars will put him in that over there, because this dollar here is worth 4 or 5 of theirs over there. And they get $1,000 of this money, they have $5,000 over there in them. So I want you to be aware of this kind of stuff. The white man will write it in his own book from the mouth of these here in America, not from the mouth of those over there, but from the mouth of these little fellows sitting around who is trying to rob you. Would like that you follow them, but they were not sent to lead you, and they can't be successful in doing it. So, and in fact about it, you will not follow them because you just don't go for their way of teaching. No, but you like my way of teaching because I want it. They will not stand here and tell you the truth of the people that they have gotten a visa to come into their country, a passport, citizenship, papers to live here for a few years. They will not stand here and talk about the white man being devil. No, because they know that he will tell them to get out of here as quick as possible. But he can't tell me to get out because I was born here, and he cannot deport me no place because his Lord don't allow him to deport me. Therefore, I can stand and teach it, and he have to listen or he have to close his ears up.
Right.
It won't be good for him to try to stop me from teaching unless someone start after me. And he knows that. But he would like that you not listen to me.
That's right.
He probably will be after you to not allow me to say any more in this church.
Right.
But I say, when you go home tonight, you're going to be better off than you were when you left home today.
Right.
Because you have learned some truth here for the last hour or two that you did not know. And it's so plain you cannot say it is not the truth.
Right.
All right, you more benefited from what you have heard here in the last 2 hours than what you have heard all your life.
Right.
That's right, I know it. Whether you bear me witness or not, I know it. Now, if they say, don't allow him to teach in your church, you should tell him what rights I have to forbid him. Well, he don't believe in Jesus, and he don't believe in God. Who said he didn't believe in God and Jesus when he's preaching to us then? Who said he didn't believe? He said, no, he don't believe like we believe. Well, maybe if we had believed like he's believing 400 years ago, we would not have allowed you to enslave us.
That's right. That's right.
You can't talk back because you don't know the answer. You don't know what to say. But I give you the word to say.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
And you will put him to a flight.
That's right.
He's not going to shoot you down. Don't be afraid. As the Bible teaches, right? Oh, my goodness. There's so much here that you should know. Let's take a look here. They're angry. They're displeased. They're dissatisfied in hearing any black man trying to teach you the truth or trying to unite you. The main thing they don't want to happen among you, that is unity.
Right.
They don't want you to be in unity with each other.
Right.
They cannot rule you. They cannot do anything with you that you don't want done to you if you are in unity. They know that Islam is a religion of unity.
Right.
They know that if you accept Islam, you have friends other than himself.
Right.
And when he knows that he's not your friend, he knows that. You know it. If he had been your friend, what? Pardon me. I have to check myself sometimes. I remember I'm in a church. If he's your friend, why are he lynching, burning you, and depriving you of equal rights? A friend will not deprive another friend of equal rights. A friend will do by his friend as he desires that his friend do by him. Is right? That's a friend. They don't always say that they're a friend to you. They know they're too gifted to say that.
Right.
But they do say this. Haven't we been treating you all right? And they know you're going to be fool enough to say, yes, sir.
Right. Right.
And he knows that you're afraid to say anything other than that. But if he meet one of us, if he tell us that, he know what he's going to get. Because he can't frighten us. He knows there's no fear in us. He knows that. He will tell you that you can't frighten them. They're Muslim, and you can't frighten a Muslim.
That's right.
No. They're only... You just have them to kill. You don't frighten them. The Holy Quran teaches you, and I read in the first chapter, that if you believe in Allah and His prophets, His scripture, there is no fear for you, nor shall you grieve.
That's right.
You carry it into the Bible teaches you in the last book, it said there was no fear in there, right?
That's right.
The followers of God, well, there was no fear in them. They feared nothing. Feared not their lives unto death, right?
That's right.
They didn't fear anything. Overcome the woman to drown her child. But that's propaganda. It's not a literal water. It's a propaganda that he intends to release unto you to make you hate me and what I'm teaching. He's fixing it up now. I'm well posted. I have been told by some of my own watchers that he's planning a great propaganda to try to counterattack me and bring my teachings and myself to an end. All right, I said this. If he is successful in bringing you into his own orbit and making you his good follower over the teachings that I'm giving to you or after I have taught you, I still say that if I'm left alone, I won't be alone, and I still say I will come back to you more worse than before, and I will get you with my God and get him too. Don't run, no one is going to hurt you. Don't run because I speak strong. That is what you should learn to do today. Those that feared to speak the truth were lost their lives. Those that hated the life of this world, they kept their life, spoke the truth in all boldness, right? He that loves his life shall lose it. He that hates his life shall keep it. It means one who fears to speak the truth, he will lose his life. And the one that don't fear to speak the truth shall keep his life. This is the time that you should know these things. This is the time that you should not fear. This is the time that you should stand up for yourself. This is the time for you to unite. This is the time for you to return to your own. This is the time that you should be living on your own. This is your earth. It is not theirs. This is your earth. I don't care who they are. It's yours. It will soon be proven to you. I'm asking for some. Unite with me and get it. You say, I'm afraid they may kill me. Let them kill me first, and then you're sure they're going to kill you. Huh? But I say, I'm not afraid of them. I'm not afraid of them killing me. Why should you be afraid? When you are not preaching it, you only listen to it, and you are too afraid to listen. I say, I'll put my life before them. Let them take it if they want to, or if it pleases Allah. I don't fear death. I fear nothing but you. I fear that you are not going to accept the truth, and that will be the end of you. You will die like fools. That's the thing that I'm afraid of. I'm not afraid of my life. I'm not afraid of having protection. I know I'm protected. I was protected before I even come before you. And I will be protected when I leave you. I'm protected by one that they cannot. Why shouldn't you brace up yourself? Why shouldn't you and I unite? Why shouldn't you and I demand some of this earth that we, our fathers and ourselves, have soaked the sands with our blood and flesh? Why should not we have some of it for ourselves? Huh? Why should not we tell him point blank, give me some earth or shoot me? Right. Huh? Why shouldn't we? The educated of you say he's a fool. I say, my friend, I'm not a coward as you. If I had all of your education, you would really say I'm a fool, because I would put the thing over overnight. Listen, my good friend. You are here in California today, a rich, beautiful country. And once upon a time, it was owned by your red brother they call him.
That's right. Right.
The white man taking it from your in brother. Kill that man, right?
That's right.
And he has killed you of the power to even go on yourself.
Right.
And you are nothing but that slave sitting here asking them for a place. If you want a lot here to live on that you can call your own lot, he make you pay a dear price for it, right?
Right. That's right.
Thousands and thousands of dollars. He make you to sell your wife to pay for one little small piece of ground.
Right.
That when you get through paying for it, they have to dig a hole and put you in. Sometimes you die before you pay for it, and then you leave your children with a debt for their lives. They will live all their lives trying to pay for it.
Right.
All right. How long shall we suffer something like this? Huh? All right. Take a look at it again. See how much you are loved in return for all of your love for them. They're importing labor from out of the country to come here and take your jobs, right?
Right.
You are begging for a job while here's a foreigner walking in taking your job.
Right. Right.
But yet you still love him. Oh, they're all right with me, and I don't want nothing that Mohammed to have to say, because he's against the white man. He's a race hater. I say, my friend, if you love that race, it's all right with me. But don't ask me nothing about my love for them. No. Don't ask me nothing. Is he got any witness up there? Your own Bible says, teaches you. I'm quite sure you know about it. The love of this world is what? Is enemy to God, is right?
Right.
If you love this world, you are an enemy of God.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
But if you hate this world, you are the friend of God. Right?
Right.
Why, where did you come from with all your kind of foolish beliefs? I can't even, cannot even figure out how you get like that. Well, one brother even wrote at the speaker stand in Chicago, told me one day that he will live all that the Bible says. I said, the Bible teaches you that if your enemy smite you on one side of the cheek, turn the other. And that you should go home and then pray for him. So that he will be strong enough and live long enough to keep beating you on each side. I said, do you believe that? He said, yes, here's mine. Come right on and smack it. I said, listen, brother. I said, if I call one of my guards up here and tell them to give you a good smack in the face, I say, you would not like it. They will knock you as flat as you ever were. I say, you would not like that. He says to me, he says, tell him to come on. He says, I will tell. And I believe he was fool enough for, to stand there against his will. He was not willing for nobody to do it like that. But just to make a fool out of himself, he would have let some of my guards knock them down. It's just that crazy, brother. Now, when the devil make one that crazy, he don't have nothing to worry about. He can sit down and do. You are here. There's Mexico right across the border. Mexico come and take your jobs, right?
That's right.
Puerto Ricans come from the south, take your job, right?
That's right.
Hunkies from New York come in and take your job, right?
That's right.
But yet, this is our country. All strength, all strength. We have a great navy. We have a great America. We so and so. Raise your we into this thing. We must defend our country. We must let the world know that we have the greatest country in the world. Brother, where is that country yours that is the greatest in the world? Huh? I say, my friend, you are making dummies out of yourself.
That's right.
Being kicked around all over the country from one side of it to the other, and you posting this your country. Our flag. Our flag go. It conquer. Yeah, it already conquered you.
That's right.
But it won't conquer everybody. No, there is some flags it won't conquer. There's one it won't conquer. Let's see what I started to tell you. Let's see. I said in the beginning that the nations is angry. Everybody's angry. God is angry. The devil is angry. And that I myself is angry. Right?
Right.
Why? Because injustice has been done to the righteous. And we all are angry over it. We want justice for the poor man.
That's right.
We want freedom for the poor man.
Right.
We want equality for the man that is in the mud. We want to pull him up and wash him up, make him the equal of all civilization. Let's see, do you have any proof of that, Elijah, talking about God is angry? Yeah, right here. And it says here, around the 35th chapter. Oh, no. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe I have something yet to clear myself out. No. Is it the 36? No. No, it's the 13th. 13th chapter of Isaiah. Yeah. It says here in the 13th chapter at the 9th verse, behold, the day of the Lord cometh, cruel both with wrath and with fierce anger, to lay the land desolate, and he shall destroy the sinners that are out of the land. This is the country he's referring to. Think over it. Let's see again here in the 8th verse. And they shall be afraid, pains and sorrow shall take hold of them. They shall be in pain as a woman that travails. They shall be amazed one at another. Their faces shall be as a flame. They're getting like that, right? All praises is due to Allah. I want you to remember these things. Now, the 35th and the 4th and 5th, 6th verse is talking here to you. Say to them that are of a faithful heart, be strong, fear not. Behold, your God will come. Your God. You say he's all our God. Oh, yeah. God has no reception of person. Oh, yeah, he's just as much for the white man as it is for the black man. I don't want no nigger telling me that God loves the black man and don't love the white man. No, he loves everybody. White man just as much his people as we are. My friend, before I leave here, I will prove to you that God don't want the white man. He will come. God will recompense. He will come and save you. Then the eyes of the blind shall open. Huh?
Right.
You are the one that is blind, spiritually blind.
Right.
And the ears of the deaf shall be unstopped. You are the one the book is referring to. Don't think this is referring to some other than yourself. Then shall the lame leap as a hart. You are lame. In what way? Spiritually you are lame. You're not moving about spiritually as you should, because you fear that you're going to step over here and someone's going to say, take your foot off from my land. Huh? Get out of my house. Don't move over here in my part of the town or city, right?
Right.
Therefore you walk crippled, and you are crippled. You can't get around free like the citizen of the country. And the tongue of the dumb sing. For in the wilderness shall waters break out and streams in the desert. You take that thinking about some literal water. The waters mean this. It means people. With understanding shall break out in that place.
Right.
Where you didn't think that such people would ever come forth from.
That's right.
That's what it's referring to. And like a stream of water suddenly rises up in a desert place. That's the way these people will rise up where the truth has never been taught. It's in a land where the truth has never been taught. These people will rise right up there or from there, and they will start preaching and teaching the truth, and people will wonder, where did they get it from?
That's right.
As a sudden spring would jump up in the desert, people will wonder, where did that spring come from?
That's right.
And another place, you take all of this to be the Jesus Christ in the past. But my friend, it is not. It's referring to you and I.
That's right.
Another one goes like this. He come up as a root out of dry ground. The dry ground is the wicked. And the fresh green sprig or root is the righteous, my friend. Springing up from where there was no righteousness, like a root growing up out of the dry earth where no water or no rain had been. Know the truth, my friend. If it is not the right interpretation that I'm giving to you, I will give you $10,000 out of my brother's vest pocket. Now disprove it, and you will win $10,000. My friend, again, I want to say to you that we are your brothers. We are your people. We love you. We don't want to see you destroyed. We don't want to see you unhappy. We want you happy. We want justice for you. We want a good home for you. We want you to have plenty of money. We want you to have plenty of everything that goes for the good of life. That's what we are after for. We sacrifice our life to try to save yours. We take all kinds of punishment. I was sent to the federal penitentiary in 42 for 5 years for this teaching. I have been constantly attacked. My followers today, I have in the federal penitentiary throughout this country, right here in Alcatraz, out here in the Pacific, followers. I have them here in California, plenty of them, right here in this jail in Los Angeles. Plenty of my followers throughout the country in every federal jail, city, or county, or state. They are there. I have hundreds and thousands of followers in prison. They are being converted in the prison. They get a hold of the paper. They believe my word that Allah has revealed to me and become converts there just from reading in the paper what I am teaching you out here. I said this was the resurrection. I have right here in your own Bible a proof of that. that the Bible prophesies that in that day that he will go into the prison houses, right? He will set the prison free with the truth, right there. And they are being converted to Islam in the prison houses today faster than they are being converted to Christianity, right?
Right.
Go to the prison, any prison you want, and ask, is there anyone in here believing in Islam, a follower of Muhammad? And the warden will tell you yes. Anyone, don't pick them, just go anywhere. And you ask him, said, did Muhammad come here and teach you? He said, no. He said, the fool. He said, I got a hold of some little piece of paper here that Muhammad said this and said that, and he believed it. And he said, now he's a Muslim. And he writes into Muhammad and tells Muhammad to write him down on the book of life that he's a believer. And you ask him, say, have they changed their way? He said, yes. He said, they are not the kind that they used to be. Do they commit evil like they used? No. He said, no. He said, they don't do it. He said, they tries to teach others not to do it. And so we have to confine them sometimes to keep them from converting all the rest of the prisoners. They have my son going up. They've been bickering around with him for 2 or 3 years, about 3 years now. All right. I'm not saying anything about it. No, I don't have to. I went to prison and served 5 years. I should have given enough time myself for my own son. For nothing. For nothing, only just want to put fear in you. If you believe in that religion, you might go to jail. FBI agent will tell you that. So you all better be careful. You're going to get yourself in trouble. Tell him, sir, you give trouble to Jesus. You give trouble to all the prophets and their followers. You kill Jesus and kill his disciples. Now, what are you telling me not to follow a man that I will get in trouble? If you kill Elijah and kill his followers, that don't mean that they are not telling the truth.
Right. Right.
That's what you should tell him. But he know you will trouble. No, I won't go to jail. But your Bible teaches you that they will persecute you for my name's sake. Is that right?
That's right.
They will kill you and think they're doing God's will. Is that right?
That's right.
And all that accept my name, all that believe in my name, shall suffer. Right?
Right.
For a time, the suffering is limited. There will come a day that he will relieve them and kill those who have brought them into such suffering condition. Right? We know that. The Bible refers to the weak-hearted one as being those that sit back and wait until the cool of the evening. There is thousands of you waiting today that to accept this teaching when that the white man won't be opposing it. I will wait until that they stop all of that. But my friend, what that show of you? Show absolutely coward. If you would join now, you would stop the prosecution because he will have the whole entire race to prosecute, right? And he's not going to put all of us in jail. He don't have enough jails to do that.
Right.
So since you are afraid, you make your own brother suffer for you.
That's right.
Due to your own fear. Wake up. If he is chasing one brother because that he believes in the truth, all right, tell him chase us all. We all believe. And then he will stop chasing that.
Right.
He said, well, what you going to do about it, Judge? He said, they all say they believe. He said, we don't have jail for all of them.
That's right.
He said, well, we have to do something about this. Now, what you all want, what is it? What is it now? We can come to some kind of understanding. That's the way he will start talking with it. My friend, I said, you have salvation before you, and you are rejected. There is no such thing that you're going to get anything after you die on the earth. That's all you're going to get. We can take you over here to the furnace and cremate you, and that's all of it. You don't have to lay and rot in the earth, and many people are cremated. Some cities where that they don't have enough burial space, they take their bodies and cremate them. Many of them is dying at the sea, and fishes and other sea elements is eating them up. Now, where will Gable find that man? Huh? You go down at sea catching the fish sometimes that have part of the man in his stomach. And you eat the fish. Huh? If Gabriel blow the trumpet and if all of that man have to come together, he might be demanding you to give up some of it, right? It is one of the most ignorant things to believe you ever saw in your life.
Right.
But the tombstones is going to bust and going to give up the dead. How about the fish belly? He's going to bust and give up one too. He's eating some. There's an animal, there's a beast out there in the jungle eating on a man. Is he going to give up that man too? My friend, remember that you have been gravely misled.
That's right.
And you should wake up and be a man and be a woman.
Right.
Stop
Right.
going against one another for the favor of the white man.
That's right.
Walking off from each other thinking you are making friends with the enemy of you both. Now stop that kind of foolishness. Let the white man see in your presence that you all are together and you love each other.
Right.
Whether you actually, I know you don't really love each other, but put on one anyway. You know, act like it anyway. And he will treat you better. As one white man said to me, he said, I have seen animals show more love to watch each other than I have seen among Negroes. He said, a Negro is one of the most peculiar people I ever saw in my life. He said, they don't even love each other. He said, they hate each other. He says, I used to be foaming over Negroes, and all day long you could hear them just for the fun of it, cursing each other, calling each other all kinds of ugly names. He said, you never hear that among us. He said, white people don't do each other like that. He said, but Negroes, even on that job, is regular cursing and even in joke words, just calling each other the ugliest names, and even will call their parents ugly names to each other. And they go along like, he said, wasting animals. He said, no cases that is like that. They all will fight for their kind. He said, they all love their kind. He said, but the Negro don't even love his kind and will kill himself. He said, they are ready on the instant if they get angry. He said, that's why we have to always watch them. He said, because he said they kill off each other.
That's right.
And that is the truth. He said they buy knives and guns to kill each other. He said they have no love for each other. So my beloved brothers and sisters, learn to love. Learn to, to unite. I want you. I need you to join up and help me to unite the whole nation. Forget about your Baptists and your Methodists and your Holy Rose and your Tom, Dick, and Harry religion. Forget about it. Because you don't have anything. If you had anything, it would unite you. But you don't have nothing to unite. Forget about it. Get a religion that will unite you. Islam just on believing will unite you.
Right.
I say, my friend, God is with you. Why did Graham go to Africa? Think of it, Billy Graham, just a few days ago, in Africa. Why was he over there? Excuse my yelling. But why was he over there? Trying to reclaim Africa for the slave makers. Huh? What was the bait he was offering in Africa? The Bible in the same old Christian religion.
Right.
Huh? Right. Come on, he that loved the Lord. Jesus said so. Right. Jesus said that thou shalt love the hater of the earth. Talking about love. They don't love themselves.
Right.
They will kill off each other just like that.
Right.
How do they say that they are teachers of peace, unity, and love when they are ever at war and killing each other?
Right.
What are the examples for us? I say, my friend, he was face to face with the real people of God, walked into a teacher of Islam. And how right he claimed here that he was such great holy man. Oh, I can just cue you, just come on. All of you that is sick and get well, lying like nobody's business.
That's right.
And you believe in it. I'm going to Billy Graham. Oh, I'm sick, Graham. I'm sick, Mr. Graham. heal me, please, sir, because you're a man of God. All right, get up and walk. Go on. And you believed it, and you did not do nothing only believe the lie.
Right.
All right. He met the real man of God, of Islam. He said, come on and prove that you can do this. That was the inability building around it, right? He stopped right in Africa. He come back, he said, Christianity is losing. Didn't he say so?
That's right.
I have it myself. He said, Christianity is losing it out.
That's right.
He said, Islam is taking it. He said, and did not you read a letter once that I answered the imperial visit of the Ku Klux Klan in Kentucky? Well, his home is in Atlanta, Georgia. That he himself wrote me a letter and said that Islam had more to offer the Negro, and it was easy for the Negro to believe it because it is a Negro religion.
That's right. That's
But
right.
Christianity is a white man's religion.
That's right.
And the Negro can't be successful in Christianity.
That's right.
Only a man that can be successful in Christianity is the white man.
That's right.
All right, they admit that to me. Why? Because I'm fighting them with truth. They know their religion is no saving religion for you.
That's
They
right.
know you will never be free as long as you represent yourself as a Christian.
That's right.
You don't believe this? Go in any country of the black man where he has submitted to Christianity of the white man and see, don't you find the white man ruling? Huh? He's ruling it, isn't he?
That's right.
He tries to tell you, let's save Africa to Christianity for God and Jesus. Let's save it. Save it for what? God and Jesus. England and America is the God and Jesus that want Africa.
That's right.
See how they want. It is not no saving it for God and Jesus. And you help me. Oh yes, them poor people over there, they don't believe in Jesus Christ, and they should stop. They should stop their fighting. They should stop. Those people over there fighting like mad to get Christianity and the Christian teacher out of their country. Who enslaved them. You know what? They will kill you today if you come over there trying to teach them. Just hang on to it. Take the history of Christianity and its missionaries among your people. I dare you to say that you won't agree with me that everywhere the white man has carried Christianity, he made slaves out of the black man.
That's right.
Everywhere. I dare you to say that Islam enslaved the black man. I dare you to say. Everywhere Islam goes and establish an independent government, there the people live independent, and there you will find a complete unity and brotherhood existing among the people.
That's right.
Do for yourself. I will pay your way if you think I'm lying. I will pay your way to go in any Islamic country and find they are there making slaves out of the people, and that they are not having unity among themselves. The very poorest servant in the Islamic country have just as much brotherly love and respect as the king has. There is no such thing as the big I and a big U there.
Right.
You, if you would accept Islam right today, you can go as I have went. I went there myself, and I have to acknowledge. I went to observe. I went to learn just what was the truth. I went there in these hands, shook hands with rulers. I was kissed by rulers. I sit down at meat with rulers. I sit down at meat with all of their high intelligence. I did do that. I dined with them, not by asking for permission. They invited me on hearing that I was there. They sent their guards, their servants to me, and invited me to come and dine with them. Army intelligence and army captains, army generals, army lieutenants. I walk with them. I know what I'm talking about. I have even pictures of them and myself together. I didn't go over there to ask them to allow me to come in and get acquainted with you. No, I didn't do that. They heard that I was there, and they sent for me.
Right.
And today, I can say with truth that every one of those governments that is an independent Islamic government is with me, I'm with them. I'm with my brother Muslim everywhere on the planet, and my brother Muslim is with me. Everywhere. I went to Mecca. I was begged there by the authorities. There, please stay another day or two. Please. Ask them. I know them. I have their addresses. Write to them and ask them what they think of Elijah Muhammad. They will tell you. You saw in the paper here, he was ran out of Egypt. He was rejected in Mecca. The lying thing. Now, wrote in the paper a few weeks ago, offering $10,000 for anyone to prove that I did not go to Mecca. Nobody said no more. Huh? No one said it. And that I could furnish all of them with names and address, and they don't have to do to right over there. Go right here to Washington. Go right here in Los Angeles. Ask the foreign embassy here of the Muslim. Did he go over there? He can find out just in a few minutes. No, you don't want to do so. The white man said he did so, and I believe what he said. But the white man did not say that. He took up where you left off talking. No, because the white man knew I was there. The American embassy there in Jeddah, they knew I went to Mecca. They was there at the hotel to meet me when I returned, and wanted to know was I going to Medina on the 25th of December, and I was already in Medina when they came over to my hotel. This is true. I was with my brother. I have pictures of myself where I was at. And they give me their names and their pictures. You can write them. You, my friend, is the problem of the world. You, my friend, were not Christians when you left Africa, and you won't be Christians when you return home. They want to tell you. You, my friends, are Muslim by actual nature. You say, what is a Muslim? A Muslim is a righteous person, one that is born of the nature of God, the divine supreme being. You and I are the only people on the planet Earth are directly from God. We're directly from God. We are the people of God. God is us and we are God. Those people over there, those imams of Islam, they listen to a fool talk plenty, but they know they have the power with God. That Billy Graham, he was made so cheap to talk about he was representing God. A devil now walking about talking about he's the representative of God.
Right.
He's nothing but a real devil trying to trap our people to follow his devils like they has always.
Right.
Now the world of Christianity is putting on a giant show, and they're all tuning up their missionaries to try and capture you and hold you from going over to Islam.
That's right.
Their presses is tuning up to put out all kinds of propaganda against Islam, to keep you here with them. They know they're doomed. They said, Elijah preaches that the white man is doomed, and their own preachers been preaching that doom for ever since I was born.
That's right.
And now they act as though that I'm doing something really wrong to be telling you that the white race is doomed. No, you shouldn't go near here. That's all to get over to you. They know you are dead. And they know Elijah's alive. They know Elijah knew what he's talking about. But they know you don't know what he's talking about, and that they can keep you under that spirit of don't know. as long as they possibly can, and you will never be anything but just a slave to them until that the doom come to them, and it will come to you too. You don't have no rights to be destroyed at the day of judgment with not even one of you. Even if at that time, if you're not 100% Muslim, if you just say that you're on that side and will accept the name of Allah, you will be saved. It's written in your book. And what right you have to not to believe in the religion of God and your own people? What right you have not to believe? It unites you, it makes you a better person. Take these brothers here who probably want used to drink liquor and beer, gamble and whatnot. Look at them sitting up here, ministers now. You won't see them doing that anymore. Look at these sisters that used to be out there was very wild. Look at them now, walking around looking like angels, and they are angels. That's right. If what Elijah's teaching makes a better person than Christianity, then how do you say that he's teaching something other than good?
Right.
If good works is following what he's teaching, then you cannot say that he's teaching something other than good. If he makes a person better than you can make one, then you cannot say that he's misleading the people.
That's right.
If I take a drunkard out of the street from the curbstone and teach him, and he won't drink no more, and he go to your church with a bottle of liquor in his pocket, you can't stop him from drinking.
That's right.
Then all right, then who look like is making a better person out of the people, you or I? If I find a girl out there in the streets that is a prostitute, and I take her and teach her Islam, and that she become almost a virgin, all right, and you can't do it in the church.
That's right.
Then am I teaching the people wrong, or you teaching them wrong?
Think about it. Think about it. That's right.
Those that I get out there, they said they once was members of the church.
That's right. That's right.
Right?
That's right.
All right, if I took one out of the streets there, used to gnaw on hog bones and hog jones and whatnot, and eat pigtails at dinner time in his beans and greens. All right, now tell him that the book says here, the Bible and the Holy Quran teaches that you shall not eat that flesh.
That's right.
And we Muslims don't eat it, and he quits right away. And he been eating it and has been sacrificing it in the church, boiling it right in the basement of the church.
Right.
Yeah, huh? And also, he has been cooking it and selling it in the church.
That's right.
Well, now he won't even touch it. Well, is he following the teachings of the Bible more rightly, or you? Huh? That is eating it in the church. The Bible teaches you, thou shalt not even touch the carcass of that animal.
Right.
Not only to eat it, but don't even touch it. Now, all right then. Well, now, if you say you are right by breaking the law of God, and we say we are right by obeying the law of God, then who is right?
Right.
You are. Huh? Think over these things. You must settle down to believing the truth, acting upon the principles of the truth, or settle down and say, I'm not of the truth, of the truth. You've got to admit one or the other, because this is true. I was born. My father was a Baptist preacher for 42 years. I was born in the church. My grandfather was a Baptist preacher. I was born in the church almost, just a few paces from the door. I was brought up in the church. When I first remembered the church, I was sitting on the preacher's knee listening to my father preach. Think over that. When I first knew myself. Now, if I was brought up in the church, and my father preached the religion for 42 years, and then he joined me and followed me to his death at the age of 81, and declared himself that Islam was the only religion of truth. My mother was a sanctifier. She wouldn't eat the pig, but she didn't understand the Bible as she thought she understood. She carried it with her every Sunday. stop crying and let me talk. That she herself, after a few days wrestling with her with the scripture, she says, "Son, you're right. I believe, I believe, I believe." She come over and she followed me to her death. She died at the age of 88. She died last year. All right. Now, my sisters, my brothers, some of them tried to resist that way. But all right, before it was over, all of them that is living today, of my brothers and sisters, they all follows me.
Thank you. Thank you.
My wife was my first convert. And if your wife will believe with you, you know she know you pretty
That's
well.
right.
All right. My wife was my first convert. She's with me today as a strong believer. And my mother died one of the strongest believers I had. My brother, who was 7 years older than I, he died a strong believer. My sisters, they all was older than I. I didn't have a sister among me. I have 2 sisters dead and 3 yet alive, and they all followed me. They all followed me. Their children's followed me. And all right, if they had not known that this was the truth and that God had changed me and that God had visited us and brought to us the truth, you wouldn't get your kin people. Your kin people is the last one to believe in me. So I have beaten the prophets of old. I gotten all of mine to believe them. And if you find any one of my kin people out there that say that they don't believe in me, you bring him to me. If he's not following, he will say, "I don't follow him, but I just can't live that life. But I believe him. He's right. He's right. I know him. I've been knowing him all his life. He's right." All right, my wife's father, what about him? He's now around 88. He just joined up with me last year. Now he's a follower of mine. He was a deacon of the church for 40 years. A deacon of the Methodist. Well, I don't say a deacon, but what you call them over there in the Methodist church anyway, that's what he was. Something holding an office like deacons in yes, that's, you all know what they are. A steward, well, that's what he was. But now he's with me, and he's changed up, he's more healthier, and he's more happier, and he will tell you he feels better than he ever felt in his life. All right, take me for our next, that I've been preaching to you now near 3 hours or more. And I have not drank a drop of water, have I? I have not eaten a mouthful of food today. No, I will eat after I'm through teaching. Do I talk like I'm hungry? No. Do I talk like I'm weak? No. All right. I'm not drinking water. I'm standing up here teaching. And if I teach all night, I won't ask you for a drop of water. No. I don't want you to think that I'm here in your church to dominize what you believe in, but I just want to tell you the truth. Did not you invite me to teach the truth? Well, now, if I don't tell you the truth, then you say, well, why didn't you tell me the truth? We give you the privilege to tell the truth. Why didn't you tell us? Regardless of what it costs, you should have told us. You know, you are that type of people always would speak the right thing after it's too late. You know. So I say, my friend, this is truth, and I thank you for sitting here all this afternoon listening to it. And I want you to remember this, that our subject today has been nothing but the truth. And you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. You must know the white man. You must know that he is the real living devil, and there is no devil influencing him.
Right.
He is his self-influence.
Right.
There is no chief spirit that comes to him like they have been making you to believe. He is the chief himself.
Right.
And when you see those that follow in him, those are his followers. Disciples are him. Not that he have someone that is a chief over. And I have told him that, and he admits. There's no such thing as a spirit devil living someplace and will catch you on influence. No, it's the live devil that's walking on 2 feet. that meeting you every day with blue eyes. That's the real devil. I can't help, brother, about you liking them and want to marry, and I can't help your sister about you liking them and want for your husband. I'm not trying to break up that unless you want to break it up. But I'm just telling you who you have. I don't care nothing about who they are, where they are. If they are a member of the Caucasian race, they're devil. And this truth had to be told. It must be told. And I don't care what it costs to tell it. You must hear this truth, or else you will die like fools. And I'm not going to let you die like that, because the book tells me, son of man, if you don't warn them, I'm going to charge their blood at your hand. And I was told directly from the mouth of God, he said, if you don't deliver this message to my people, he called you his people just like the Bible. If you don't deliver it to them, he says, I'm going to hold you responsible for it. He said, I will back you up to do it. But if you don't do it, he said, I'm going to hold you responsible. He said, you have no one to fear. He said, I'm with you. Go ahead and tell my people before it's too late. He said, tell them that I will not say one white man or child or woman from America. He said, I'm going to burn every one of them. He said, not one will I say. He said, everyone is devil. He said, we're going to burn them. And he says, I can take care of them almost in the twinkling of your eye, and I can even teach you how to do it. And it's so easy after he said to me just how he would destroy them. It's just like that. And I don't care if you have all the bums ready to go in the wall. You could not fly one. No, you could not fly one. Everything just like that. And the book says, just in one day, the Lord destroyed them. I wish this thing would hurt you. I want you, my friends, in my conclusion, to remember that tomorrow night, I hope if the good pastor will let me out here, and if he don't, I'm going to buy his church, and so that he will allow me to come out there. Tell the pastor I'm in love with his house here, and I'm going to buy it in order to teach in it. And that it's a nice place for us to make Muslims out of it, but I will have to change the signs. I will have to put... I will have to put a crescent on it instead of a cross. Now, let me see. You said you would take away our cross and put a crescent on it. Let's see. Do you like... I want to have a pointer right there. Pointer? Oh, no, that's all right. But I'm not going to be here long. But do you like... Now, brothers and sisters, this better than you done that? No. Your nature teaches you that you should like the moon and the star and the sun better than you would a cross.
That's right.
You even sings it yourself in your church.
Right.
He says, on yonder hill stands an old rugged cross. Huh? On yonder hill stands an old rugged cross. The emblem of suffering and shame. Right? You sang it, you say that. And you sang it and moans it away.
Right.
You then goes and says again, one day or someday it goes, I hope to exchange this cross. Right?
Right.
For what? For a starry crown. Huh?
Oh.
Now, if you say you want a starry crown, you're right. Show me one prophet in the Bible that was predicted to come under a cross, a sign of a cross. Show me one.
the man who won't tell you the truth. All right. You said that's because of Jesus. All right. If it has to be the emblem of his religion, the prophets before Jesus would have found that son. Right? If they predicted him coming, they would have predicted his sign. Huh? If they said he saw a cross, no. They said, I saw a star. Right? Prophet is under the symbol of a star. And under the symbol of a moon.
Right?
Right? Why? Because the star bears witness to a greater star than itself in the universe. That star witness the sun. Right?
That's right.
Bearing witness of the sun. Huh? That the sun is a great light there.
That's right.
And when the sun shines, cannot be found. Huh?
That's right.
All right. It's a sign. It's worth something, isn't it?
That's right.
All prophet comes under the sign of a star, a symbol of a star of the moon.
That's
Because it does such spiritual work as a star does in the physical world. The star bears witness and justifies the universe that sun is the greater light. Huh? All right. This star prophet over there, plain among his people, bears witness that he is a light from a greater light. Right? And that moving star that you see rise in the east and sets in the west, night and day, that star, if you follow it in the darkness, it will lead you right back into the east, right?
Right.
All right, then, if you follow a prophet, he will lead you out of darkness back into the light of God. Oh, right? I just want to show you that you have been misled. If he comes under the sign, the symbol of a moon, he also is right. His work is like that of a moon. The moon is one that follows the planet around and goes with the planet around, making a complete cycle of the sun, right?
Right.
And she makes her way around the sun and carries the moon with her. Huh?
That's right.
All right, at the same time, the Pope then is bowing to the sun, right?
That's right. That's right. Well, praise God.
Turning in the orbit as the earth turns, the moon turns.
That's right.
Right?
That's
I
right.
want to show you a little sign.
That's
Now, if a prophet sign is the moon, then that's right. He bears just such witness of God among the people.
That's
The moon also holds the waters of the great deep at night and will not allow her raging waves to spread out and drown mankind.
That's
Right?
right.
Every time the waves begin to turn up in the ocean, begin to clap her hand 25, 30, 40, 50 feet in the air, it's the moon holding. Right?
Right.
If that same wave would leap out into a civilization where California would be underwater. Right?
Right.
But that moon is up there holding it and making her to push up toward it.
That's right.
Why? Because the magnetic power of the moon is stronger than that in the water.
That's
And
right.
makes the moon to, makes the water to check herself, and she checks herself and saves the people.
That's
right?
right.
God is the prophet. If he's under the symbol of the moon, he is the moon.
That's right.
He holds the people in the thrones of God.
Oh, right.
I will not allow them to spread out and destroy themselves. By the word of God, he keeps them like a magnet. The sign of life. You are rejected. Here you have the sign of death. As the Bible tells you, it teaches you that when the governor offered the people the choice, who shall I put to death? They all said, put Jesus to death. Huh? They refused life. They crucified life to the inducement of death and suffering. Right? They said, we'd rather have a robber, a thief, than to have that man.
Right.
Because he's not with Caesar. You will say the same thing tomorrow morning. If I was brought to court, you will say, he's not with the government. We condemn him. He's not with the church. We condemn him. He's not with our faith. We condemn him. Take him away.
That's right.
But I say, I have this enemy, that if you want to kill me, do it. I'm not running from you. I said to you, my friend, that God sent me. I'm not trying to hide from you. If you want to take my life, try and take it and get your things. We are well prepared. We know what we were going to face. We know we were going to suffer first, but we know we will be the victor in the end.
That's right.
We have truth. We have justice for you. There will be a time that injustice will be stopped. And as fast as you come over on my side, you can say, I'm loosing the chains of slavery and suffering right now.
Right.
Come on over to me. As it is written, you find it in the Bible, though I'm lonely now. If that is not the Jesus, that's me talking to you.
Yes, you're right. That's
I'm
right.
As long as it's been going on in your midst, you have never been able to unite together under Christianity to put a stop to it. With all the thousands and thousands of preachers in the land, they have never united to say to the government of America that you religion, another one, I will not go near your Christian religion or your church. You're at least one of my members. I will never believe in it anymore, and I will not believe you. I will not follow you, killing my people who believe in Christianity. But they were very free because they were power in the religion.
Right.
It's not like the cross.
Right.
It has no power to fight us. I'm not afraid of nothing fighting me from you. I have power over here, and I have power over there against you. You can't fight me and win. I am the winner today.
Right.
And my as your book says, John came eating, not drinking, and you call him a devil.
Right.
Now here's the Son of Man come eating and drinking, and you say, oh, what a gluttonous man. No, you've got an excuse. You've got an argument. You want to disbelieve on anything. That is not Caesar. Caesar, everything Caesar does and says, all right. My friend, I said, Caesar will not be able to help himself today. No, not to think of his father. No. I said, wake up. God is with you. God is in the midst. You killed prophets before today, but you won't kill them. You kill them. White man's eyes off you one against the other. That's what. He have come to our temple, stand right on outside, sit across the street, waiting until one come out and tell him that he shouldn't go there. Did you believe? Oh, yes. I just went over. Let me tell you, better stay away from all this. Stay FBI. They have to that and still do it.
That's
trying
right.
to fight my people to keep them from coming to this.
Right.
They argued after my lecture speech on the 28th of last February in the Chicago Coliseum, and some of you was there. That Monday night, my wife was called 5 times telling her to leave the house, that we're going to burn it at 10 o'clock. I said, that's a cracked pot. That his pot needs to be cracked wide open.
That's right. That's right.
I said, because he's only cracked. I said, he'll never get here above us. I said, don't worry. I said, I have God in person with me.
That's right.
They killed the prophets of old, but the Bible teaches you the coming of God.
That's right.
And when he arrives, he will put an end to them killing his prophets.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
One thing that I hold fast to is this thing. This promise he made to me. He said, at that time, you and I will be together. He said to me, he said, we will be together at that time. What time? At the end of this. He says, you and I will be together, and we will cover the country like that.
That's right.
I said, thank you, sir. And I believe it. I believe that I will be with him. The Holy One teach me that he will question the crossroads that day. How the people took the teaching. And how he delivered it to them. It's there in the Holy Scripture.
That's right.
And the Bible teaches you that those who are in authorities will be the first one to judge.
That's right.
Oh, praise it to our Lord. Brothers and sisters, good times is here for you if you get on the right side.
Right.
You don't have to carry a knife. You don't have to carry a gun. Just carry the truth and believe in your God and my God. And that's good enough today.
Right.
The Bible teaches you that the Lamb didn't have no sword in his hand. He had one that come out of his mouth.
That's right.
That was sufficient for him and his father. And this is it.
Right.
This is the sword that I'm giving to them today. The same one that was prophesied.
Right.
You must remember that don't mean to Jesus. Jesus was not to be styled as a lamb. If he was born in heaven, and if he was the Son of God, he could not be classified with a dumb sheep.
That's right.
You must remember that represents something that was dumb. It looked like a sheep,
That's right.
whom the wolf had access to.
That's right.
That's what it actually means, right?
That's right.
Certainly
That's right.
But the Jesus could not be classified as such.
That's right.
Well, he went and died like a, but this is not referring to the Jesus there in the Revelation. No, sir, that lamb there is not the sheep. Jesus said he came to save the sheep. He didn't say he was a sheep.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
Oh, praise the Lord. Wake up and rise from this, my friend.
Right.
Which one of these will survive this walk of Armageddon? If I ask and take a vote of you here tonight, there's not a sane, intelligent man or woman in here what will not say to me that will survive this.
That's right. That's right.
The whole world knows that flag there will survive the flag of America and this one.
Right.
The whole world knows that.
Right.
I have that on my head. Why do I wear it? Huh? Because out of my father's head, that came.
That's right. All right.
I'm justified to wear it because it is the work of my father. But the white man can't wear it daily because his father didn't do it.
That's right.
Now, I must let you go home, as I have no limit. Remember, as long as you look at me, I will continue to teach. When you leave me, I know I don't have much of a faith in my kids. But now I want to dismiss you. And I want to say to you, my beloved brothers and sisters, you have been most intelligent here this afternoon to sit here until now. It's 7 minutes to 7 o'clock. You didn't know it was that late, did you? No, you didn't know it was that late because you know why? You're learning something. Huh? I've been teaching you ever since 3 o'clock, around a little after 3, about 10 minutes after 3. All right. Well, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 hours near now. Well, now you could not have sit here in the church and listen to a church service 4 hours. That's a half a day. You would have said to the pastor, "Men, let us go." You know the reason? Because it's the same thing over and over again.
Right.
That God said to Jonah, "Go to Nineveh and preach my gospel that I did thee." And you don't know no more from that text today than you would 20 years ago. But if he would tell you what actually it means, all right, then you could sit right on there and listen for more understanding of it, because it would draw you. But it can't, because it's the same thing, and you read that yourself. I should not recite the Bible to you when you can recite it yourself. I should recite the meanings of the book to you.
Right.
As a teacher of God, I should tell you that which you don't understand, not that which you can read, but teach you what you read.
That's right.
Oh, praise the
Oh,
Lord.
praise
And
the
I'm here well equipped with the understanding of your book from cover to cover. If you can take it, I'll fold up my hand and I will prove to you that if you ask me any question that you don't understand of it, I will tell you if you believe it or if you don't believe it. You don't believe it, if you prove that I have given to you the long explanation of it, give you $10,000 out of my brother's best pocket, paid for life. God has revealed to me the knowledge of the book and the knowledge of the Quran. Many places I probably have never read, but if you read them and ask me the knowledge of it, I will give it to you. As you ask me a question, while you ask it, the meaning answer comes to me as you ask.
That's right.
I don't previously have it, but God give it to me as you ask it. I know God. God is with me, and He has appointed me to teach you the truth and the understanding of the book. And I'm doing it. And when I give it to you, take it as I give it to you, and don't add to it, and don't twist it up and make it in your way. If you take it and give it as I give it to you, you will be able to give life to those who have not understood. I thank you, my beloved brothers and sisters, who have stayed here with us until this time. I want you to come back tomorrow, be here. What time, brother? 8 o'clock tomorrow. I want to give to you tomorrow night the history of the white man, his father, Yahoo. And I want to tell you the day that they come on the planet, and I won't say the day that they're going off, but I can read you pretty close up to the year of it, but I won't say the day. I don't know the day, but I have a glimpse of the year, pretty near the year. I would say I do have a glimpse of that. So we're near to that, and I want you to be here tomorrow night on time. I want to teach you when I leave to return to Chicago. I want you to be able to master every truth that I give to you. And now I want to say this. Now I'm not able to master all of my expenses, and I want you to help me to master.
Yes, sir.
I want every one of you, as I am renting your church, I want every one of you to help me with this problem. And the white man don't let me fly out here for nothing. And I have to bring a group of people with me every time I come out here, and I have to have a place to stay for them and myself. They cost me sometimes $40 or $50 a day.
That's right.
And so I want you to remember me there. Though if you don't help me, I still am helped right on.
That's right.
Allah will help me, but it will help you if you help me.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right.
You will find yourself getting a return 7 to 10-fold more than what you give. If you help me in this matter, God will reward you 7 to 10,
That's right.
700 times more than what you give. It is not like that you has been given and you get nothing in return. This you will be helped. When if you will examine some of these brothers and sisters here, they will tell you that they were broke when they accepted Islam. But ever since they accepted Islam, they have been keeping $1 in their pocket. Again, we have, I want to say we have what we call FOI class. That is young men's learning exercises and how to defend themselves even without any weapons at all. And they also are learning the science of Islam's teaching in that class. They're learning how to be healthy and strong men, learning how to be a good husband for their wives. They're learning many other most, I would say, lessons that men should know. They're getting that in that class. I want to set that class up here 100%. It's already has been started. And I want to help in that class while I'm here. We have a young women's class. And I see there's a lot of young women here in Los Angeles. And I want all of you young women to join up with us, help us to make our beautiful young girls that which they should be. Now, you are the most beautiful woman there's on earth, and I saw several girls and women out of the nations over in Asia and Africa, and I have not found any of them that as beautiful as you are. On the whole, you are the most beautifulest people there's in the world. You don't think so, but you are. You don't believe it, start trying.
The white man, he knows that you are the beautiful sunshine. And his white woman knows that you are. But they won't tell you so. But you are the most beautifulest people there is in the world. I want to unite this beauty. I want to protect this beauty. I want you to help me to protect your own beauty. You are destroying. You are lying every no good bum to destroy your beauty. I want you to make a great, beautiful nation out of yourself. There's no girls that can equal you. I will take you to Asia, and I bound you won't find any over there that can say to you that you are ugly and they are beautiful. I said that, and my two sons said. One of my sons thought he was going over there to pick him out a girl and marry. But after he got over there, saw all the girls out of several different nations, he told me, he said, Dad, he said, you know, I think I'll go back and marry the girl that I left there. And honest the truth, as soon as the boy met the girl in Chicago on his return, he got engaged to marry, and now he's going to marry her in August. I said, son, I said, did not I teach you that the Lord said to me that the most beautifulest nation was in the wilderness of North America? He said, he's right. I said, yeah. You don't know how beautiful you are. You think white people are beautiful. They're not beautiful. That's a kind of imagination, like it's a kind of a thing they are made on a light so that they can attract. And at first sight, they look beautiful. But if you keep looking at them, just keep looking. After a while, they begin to look ugly to you. You say, no, you're not so beautiful after all. They're not beautiful, but you are beautiful. The more you look at each other, the more beautiful you get. But the more you look at white people, the uglier they get. So they are fighting me, I'm telling you, and you know they're fighting me to keep me. I'm fighting to win you for God and to sit you in heaven at once. They are fighting to win you to sit you in hell at once. And so come follow me and sit in heaven. Be out here tomorrow night. And all the young girls, I'll tell your friends to come out. I have some special message for you all. All the young brothers, come out. I want you to join in with me. You showing off your skill around here for the devil. I want you to show it off for your own nation. That's what I want. We can be whatever we want to be if we only unite. We can do anything we want to. We can take the whole entire earth without the loss of a drop of blood if we only unite. Your unity is bomb enough. Yes? So let's unite. But you can't unite unless you unite on power. And this is the power over here. Right. Power, on the side of power. That's the power. The white man will tell you that he will never destroy this. And that goes to the wall. That will be the end of this. He have books in the library that teaches you that once Islam, the crescent and the cross, meets on the battlefield for a showdown, that will be the end of the cross. He knows that. Because those people, they will fight with the forces of nature. They don't need sword. The scientists don't need it. Don't you have it here in the book? Yeah. You read it in the Bible. And such number of angels, he poured out his power from the sun. He did this and in the air, and such thing happened. That's the scientists of Islam, brother. There is no spooks up there in the sky. They're on the earth. They know how to bring this power about. Know how to make the sun work for them against the enemy. Know how to make the clouds work for them. They know how to make the earth tremble and shake the enemy off of its back. This is not did by just some natural thing. You know you're having more earthquakes now than ever in history, in the past, right? That's right. You're having storms, tornadoes, and cyclones, whatnot, in hurricanes, in areas where you never have
read in the history that ever happened in that area, right? But they're there now. Well, who is causing? Yeah. Who caused that big ball and dust bowl to rise up out there? Who caused that? Was that some spook or some natural forces? Huh? Who caused that? Who's shaking the coast of California every now and then? Huh? My friend, you better wake up. Man is the power. Did not you read and you believe? Said even in the Bible. Now, hey, wait, now I'm going to say that I start, but don't you say that. That's me now. This is that man that in those days, but that is not me now. That Elijah, caused something other to happen, dry up the fields and had a famine for 3 years. Huh? He asked and it come to pass. Your Bible teacher that Aaron asked his son, Joshua, to stand still until he finished off with Nineveh. All right, you believe all of it, huh? All right, I said, my friend, who was it? Was it man or was it some spook someplace? No, that was me.
That's right. That's right.
The righteous hold that power over the forces of nature, because out of the righteous came all of this, and they have power over it. As you read in the book there, it says there will be 2 prophets in the last day who would have power to shut up heaven, right?
That's right.
If they have power to shut up heaven, then, well, who's in heaven then that will stop them? Hmm?
That's right.
My friend, you must learn and learn the truth and learn it quick. We are not afraid your own time. You are the greatest, you are the mightiest, you are the powerful, you are the original man of the earth. There is no nation preceded you. You are the first and you are the last. The white man came about 6,000 years ago. It's no more than something happened 6 seconds ago in calendar time. We have been here for billions and billions and trillions of years. Even when that moon was thought about, that's been 66 trillion years ago. It was taken from this earth. It's a part of the earth. And our man did that. And anything else that you see, our man done. But Jesus is right when he said, my fathers did this. That's right. I said the same. Our fathers did this. And the Holy Quran reads what? It says we are the creators, right? And when we get ready to destroy people, we sit around on one and we destroy them, right? It don't say I, it says we. Just the one that you did. I said, let me have your money and I will get it back to you and give you lots of money. Lots of money. He will give you 6 cents. Pardon me, 3 cents. 3 cents or 2 cents. But I will give you $1 for $1 or $10 for $1.
Right.
You help me.
Right.
So now I want you to help me. And I want every one of you to do this. That is sitting in here, that have been here all this afternoon. Let's see how many are. How many in here that is not Muslim? Hold up your hand. One. I think you're more than this.
Yes, sir.
Hold up your hand. If you have never accepted Islam, hold up your hand. All right, all of you that have not accepted Islam and believe that I have been teaching you the truth here tonight, and this evening, afternoon, all right, it's night now. Come on down in the name of Allah and shake my hand and say that you are ready to join up with your own nation. This means joining up with your nation. It's not like joining a church now. When you accept Islam and say that you are following me, we write you up as one of the lost members of your nation, now returning to your nation. It is not like just saying you joining a temple. That is not it. We are joining you on to your nation again. That is exactly what this is.
Right.
Now, it's not like joining the church in one place. You are being joined on to your nation again. Your names are sitting there, and they're put in the capital of your nation, of Islam. In the Islamic independent country, in that Mecca, the name is put there as a returned, lost-bound member of the tribe of Shabbat.
Yes, sir.
And God will bless you, and the nation of righteous will bless you from henceforth on forever, as long as you live. When you truly do that. And when war breaks out, they will come and get you, because you are a citizen of that war. You are not no more citizen here. if they would want to do harm to me and my followers, here today I will ask leave of them and all of my followers, let us go back to our own country, among our people where we are now registered as citizens. And if you don't want to take us, we will go to the legation and have the men of our country to notify our country that we are no more wanted in America and we desire to come home. Okay, they have promised me the rules. They say we will send our ships after you, our planes after you, take everyone that believes in Islam. Bring them here and give them a home, pavilion, and palace. The Bible teaches you that. Holy Quran says, I will give to you pavilion. I will give to you palace. God promises that even in the Bible. Right? I will give you good home. This is the time. Are you ready to accept? Come on, now. Yes, sir.
Surely I have turned myself to thee, O Allah, trying to be upright, to him who originated the heavens and the earth, and I am not of the polytheists. Surely my prayer and my sacrifice, my life and my death, are all for Allah, the Lord of the worlds. No associate has he, and this am I commanded. I am of those who submit. O Allah, thou art the King. There is no God but thee. Thou art my Lord, and I am thy servant. I have been greatly unjust to myself, and I do confess my faults. So please grant me protection against all my faults, for none grants protection against faults but thee. And guide me to the best of morals, for none can guide me to the best of morals but thee. And turn away from me the evil and indecent morals, for none can turn away from me the evil and indecent morals but thee. O Allah, please make Muhammad successful. Make the followers of Muhammad successful here in the wilderness of North America, as thou did make Abraham and the followers of Abraham successful. For surely thou art praised and magnified. O Allah, bless Muhammad. Bless the followers of Muhammad here in the wilderness of North America, as thou did bless Abraham and the followers of Abraham. For surely thou art praised and magnified. Amen. You may be seated.